Hello, people. I am here. My brain isn't. I'm still waking up. But hey, that's how it goes. Oh, let's see here. Yes, back to the bridge. Wrong button. I need to fix a little something I've been neglecting. Because I keep forgetting that profit factor is not currency. Hello, World of Light. How you do? The shipping and transportation of some goods. Oh, we can talk to the Imperial Navy? Huh. Neat. I'm doing okay. It's like my sleep schedule's actually been relatively stable since I started drinking a little bit less caffeine. I'm still drinking a lot of caffeine, but just a little bit less, and I'm being a bit more mindful about when I Excruciator Mall. But yeah, I'm being a bit more careful about when I drink as well. Elite's Chainsword. But anyway, yeah, I can just buy all available and have all this neat equipment right there. Explorators. I got more mobile extractiums. I can finally get access to a Weber, for better or worse. I can get Rotobi Pattern Bolter. Chirurgeon's Manual. Some other stuff can pop up to 5. That's probably going to be a little bit. I do have more holy gifts, so that's 1. Heretic trophies as well. Boom. Oh, but I need to get to 5. Alright, revisions, Catechus creations, sort by type, ship components, should be worth a decent amount. $200. Or maybe I can just take what I have. Talk to Vladimir. It's gonna take a while to get up with the Kazbalika mission. They like heretic trophies. Name. Oh, good. Actually, I have some Xeno artifacts. 1,000 jewelry. You know, I'm not going to, but I am. Ooh, Orthlac Pattern Stub Revolver. That could be nice. Eldari Plasma Grenades. For now, let's just grab what we can. Pirate Chainmail. Pretty good armor. Dodge penalty is not that great. Impulse boots. Whenever the wearer makes a melee area attack, they gain 2 movement points and some critical chance, lasting until the end of the round. Fancy. Okay, let's get up to 3 with the Cosbalicos. Bayonet Knife. When the wielder attacks with a ranged weapon at 1 cell range, the attack also inflicts bleeding. And then the Imperial Navy, who will give us ship stuff. Cool. And they want all those trophies. It's tier 1. That's a weird thing. Anyway. Then 15. Fuel and ship components. I'd rather save elsewhere. I could probably also convert a lot of the junk items I have pretty effectively into like weaponry and such. Now to play with equipment. So, maintenance deck. Let's see. Void Shield Array. Slightly less protection overall versus double protection against enemy blast attacks. Mars Pattern Prow Battery. Short range. Could replace the torpedo tubes. I already have a Mizoa Lance. I could get 2 of them. And then we got more torpedo tubes in case I want to double torpedo stuff. And then we got another Mars pattern. Which is exactly what we've already had. Okay. So it's hard to say how much of this is better. As I mentioned, the prow cannons might not have... I'd probably rather have the Mizoa Lance. Then again, it doesn't mention a narrow firing arc. So it might be... I've had some good luck with the torpedoes, but I think I will swap out the prow battery. See how things go with that. I would like another bit of those. So hey, can we talk to these guys? Do they have anything? Arsenal. Allow flock shots to be fired from kinetic macro cannons. Repulsor shield. Better torpedo tubes. I guess potentially better torpedo tubes. 419. Oh, that's exactly what I already have. 4 plasma torpedoes with 19 damage. Warheads. Short burning plasma torpedo. could get a better engine. No. You need more trade value. Or profit factor, whatever. Anyway, let's look at all the new equipment we just picked up. Date from oldest to newest. Get that intoxicating elixir. Which would be good, potentially be good for Abelard. Navy Swashbuckler's Coat. Additional parry reduction and armor penetration from melee attacks. Both their attacks with any ranged weapon. Just put that on the foe and have that with the foe hammer. Just, dear lord. What? Why do I have this on you? Wounds, but actually that has been doing work. Because Abelard has the Navy Breacher or whatever, which allows him to make an extra attack with his offhand weapon whenever he crits or parries, and he has been critting a lot. Dodge reduction, parry, resolve, deflection, weapons. They're like, does it let me know what the crit chance is? Not really, okay. This will basically just let him inflict bleeding as well in case the fucking one-handed shotgun revolver doesn't do stuff. Anyway, parry melee attack with ranged weapons using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. I think that would be good on Argenta. But I want that recoil reduction, so you can do your heavy weapon stuff better. Got decent ballistic skill. Maybe that would be good on Irliat. A little bit less damage and crit chance. Let her, let's see, whenever the wearer hits an enemy with a Deadeye shot, reduces the enemy's deflection by 1 and applies 1 exploit to the end of combat, stacking up to 3 times. All wearers of taunting scream, or targets of taunting scream, suffer have a harder time resisting the effect. Extra persuasion. So you got awareness. I got the persuasion gloves. More Medicaid, more damage to Xenos and demons. Put that on you. Less AP for using grenades. I hardly ever use grenades. Bonus to Lord Imperium. I want the toughness and come back with you just in case. Yeah, let's put the target designator on you. Densely with notes. I know, let's put persuasion on that. Disables boots, gain dodge against enemies under the effects of explosive weakness. Improved carouse. The strange skull. Let's see, Harold Servo skull. I don't even remember where I picked that up. Anyway, parry reduction and armor penetration for melee. Predator's cloak. I think I will put in place of the Von Valencias. I can throw grenades with whimsy. And then the saturated cape allows you to remove dot effects. Does anybody need a pistol? You're good. You're good. Not really. The only place it would really apply would be the faux hammer, but I have something that's way better. Although I guess the faux hammer does come with the problem of oh, what's the oh, fire. Tech use, because I want your tech use and logic to be as high as possible. And I got the grenades as a joke, I guess. Actually, the needle pistol might be a good offhand for... Yeah, much as I like the faux hammer. I'll give you a needle pistol. Secondary, it's got great damage, armor penetration. That way, every time he crits, he's going to pull out the needle pistol. Oh, I got something a bit better than the Anver chain sword. A little bit. Do I want? Yeah. So every time our boy crits, he's also going to be applying toxin and burning. Or bleeding. He's also apparently really good with a melt-a-gun. But I also want him to have an option in case he can't get into range. Oh, you actually have decent awareness. I'm going to be keeping you around, so you can have the awareness boosting thingamajig. And you can have... I don't know. Lore Imperium. Persuasion. I'll give you Lore Imperium. Capes, boots. It's concerning that I don't have... Dynamo boots for you. I guess I can give you the Swashbuckler's Cape. Just to make your emergency melee attacks that much better. We got gloves. Pair holster? Once per turn when the wearer scores a critical hit with a pistol. The next attack with a pistol costs 0 AP. But I want the stimulant injector and the bayonet knife, so that's not gonna be a thing. Bring the iron will is not necessary. Demon tool isn't necessary because I'm... I mean, I could put that on... No, but I like the Chartist's pendant. For the Fellowship and Commerce boost. Can't really put that on myself since I'm not doing warp damage. At least I don't think I am. What kind of exposure to the energies of the warp? Hey, speaking of which, didn't I get a new staff? Yes, I did. Sanctified Staff. Power level 10. Gives the Emperor's Wrath ability. Everyone adjacent to the target cell suffers damage. Damage dealt by this attack to allies is reduced by that ally's resolve. It's potentially a willpower and fellowship. Grants the Psyker additional armor equal to the staff's power level. Okay. Nice. I do like Siphon Life, though. There you are. Just give myself a bit more of a damage thing. So I should probably go through and shove anything with a lot of examples into cargo. Weighty axes. Nice. Got a lot of hand flamers. Didn't need to favorite that. Bolt pistols, Mazoa pattern hand flamers. Las pistols can go to cargo as well. I got a decent amount of plasma. Chobi pattern approved. Yeah, all those las guns can definitely go in. Baseline sniper rifles and shotguns as well. Then armor. Scrap chainmail, absolutely. Flak chestplate, absolutely. Carapace chestplate, absolutely. Normal chainmail, absolutely. Anyway. Temporary wounds from blocking would be nice. Anyway. That's good enough for that. Let's... Well, first I should probably check the journal to make sure I'm not neglecting anything. Let's see, Odonathus 11. Waiting for the situation on Footfall to handle itself. We have storage shipments from Janus, Heartless Void, Mundus Nullius, Secrets of the Cult, Kavagama, Mundus Valencius, Talk to the Master Seals, Eldari in Distress, and the Forgotten Twins, Tenebris Equay, and Odonathus 11. We're new ruler, we're waiting to complete development projects, classified information, hidden caches on Dargonus and Kavagama, and Forgotten Twins. Once again, I think that one's a little bit to the northwest? Let's see, Bulvus Platinum. Langren's Belt. Mundus Nullius. Kind of. Yeah, it's chart course there. To reduce the route's difficulty to dangerous. Warp travel, see what happens. The tranquility of the warp jump was disturbed by reports of frightening sounds and visions that descended upon the crew. Hundreds of people reported knocking and screaming behind the bulkheads of the void vessel, the sound of nails scratching against the hull, and the elongated Eldari-like shadows thrashing about the long passageways. The phenomena were most prominent in the far corner of the officer deck, where the new Lord Captain's companion, named Irliet, had made her home. The ship left the hostile immaterium and returned to real space. We took some damage. Another watch aboard the void ship has come to an end. The Lord Captain, having given his final orders for the day, retired to his chambers for some divine rest. However, the Rogue Trader's slumber was disturbed by horrific nightmares plaguing his mind. Fate wrenched the Lord Captain out of the clutches of these agonizing warped dreams, allowed for him to witness the nightmares seeping through the flimsy membrane of the Geller field and taking physical shape in the Sanctum Sanctorum. To battle! Ah, so we have to fight demons if we take dangerous warp jumps. And I have to fight alone, do I?
For the Dark Prince!
This may have been a mistake.
Quick! Quick!
Now. Don't touch me. Embrace excess. Spurn monotony.
This way!
Emperor, protect me. Accept it! Embrace it.
I'll do what it takes.
I can handle this.
Oh joy. Of course. Yeah, I'm gonna reload a save. There's no way I'm gonna win this combat. Of course, my autosave is all the way back there. Okay. So maybe we save that for later. Okay. Back to bridge. Ah, man. I spent a half hour doing all that stuff. And then a one dangerous warp jump. Okay. Shipping and transportation of some goods. Let's just grab basic stuff. Yeah, don't think I got anything. Or no, I did. That was the Prow battery that I want to try in place of the torpedo tubes. What? I didn't try to grab the engine. What are you talking about? Let's see. Development posts. Okay, I don't think I needed to adjust anything on myself, especially since I don't have that staff now. I did want to give the Book of War Prayers to Argenta. Deflection gloves to Juliet. Bayonet to our man. And also give him the needle gun. And a Civitas. Pattern autogun. Let's see. Wanted to swap the awareness through the Auspex over to Juliet. Hello, baby. Oh, you're so fluffy. Sit in my lap. Be cute and fluffy. Well, there's nothing you can do about that. You're just cute and fluffy little girl, you are. Anyway, anything else? Aside for shoving a bunch of stuff in. Ah, yes. Did I get the elite weapons? I don't think I got the other chainsword. Officer's chainsword. Yeah, I didn't get the upgraded chainsword. Mastercrafted power mill. Hey, oh, you're just so cute. Okay. serrated greatsword. Alright. Armor. No considerations. Hello, Matthew! Well, welcome back to Warhammer 40k inventory management. Where I'm having to do it again because I took a dangerous jump and got ambushed by a bunch of demons. Alone! I am not built for that. Let's see here. And yeah, I think that's basically what I did. Oh no, I wanted to do the target designator as well on Irliet. Because she does a lot of those Deadeye shots. Carouse, no particular bonus. Ah yes, and the Swashbuckler's cloak on you, and then replace the Von Valencia's cloak with the Grenadier's cloak, and boots. Yes, you need boots. Let's give you more movement. Nothing for you. I mean, I guess some extra tech use, even though you don't really do fire stuff. Okay, now. Now we gotta get into things. To the expense. Let's not go southeast. Travel to Trinitos. Got some stuff. Or we've already been to Trinitos. Make it safe. Let's see, my apologies, Lord Captain. The enforcers report that your pet Eldari is in a fell moon and is moving towards the captain's bridge. We didn't dare to stop her, but I expect you have a difficult conversation ahead of you. Yeah. Are we doing elf?
Please spare me a brief moment of your time, Elantak.
Iliad quietly appears beside the throne, exhaustion and anger set upon her brow.
Asurion knows that I do not care about the curious glances of Monkey. I grew inured to them back in the blossoming gardens of the Lilithon. They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures? And still, one monkey stunt has caused the cup of my patience to spill over. She dared to approach me, to speak to me, and touching my hand, she suggested that we withdraw somewhere private. She wanted... Morag. The mere memory of it stirs up a tempest in my soul.
My people have behaved contemptibly, and I apologize for it.
I accept your words, Elantak. And still, try to imagine, Elantak, being lusted after by a wild beast. It is foul, disgusting, so vile that it makes your very soul shudder.
I understand that this incident was unpleasant for you, but it does not mean that all humans are animals.
No. Your kind, simple souls and narrow minds are the root of all these flaws.
Was it really swept under the rug?
Narrow minds and simple souls. Every day, I feel as if I am caught in a trap, surrounded by a pack of wild animals. I am prepared to pay this price to find my kin, but everything has its limit.
It's like, it might just be a matter of... It's an Owlcat game. It's a very long-winded TTRPG. So it's just not something that gets hugely popular. And it's not as flashy as, like, Baldur's Gate 3. I shall speak to my subjects. You will not be bothered again.
Your words warm my soul. Very well. I will leave now. Do not forget your promise.
And back to the map we go. Space dust. 3 fuel. Nice. But I'm also not really a strong judge on how popular something may or may not be. Let's see. Because I'm just not really on... I don't exactly have my finger on the normie pulse, so to speak. Let's see. The ruins of an ancient imperial city were discovered on a dead world, believed deprived of an ecosystem. According to the reports, the entire settlement is contained in a titanic glass dome that once held an artificial atmosphere. Your augurs detected the framework of 3 other similar structures that were never completed. For whatever reason, the dome systems failed, and left behind is this city, a ghost that never managed to become a proper colony of the Imperium. I sent out a crew to explore the city's temple district, getting us some holy gifts. And blessed bolter casing. Single attacks with bolter weapons automatically hit the target. What the hell? Holy shit! Oh, I know who I'm putting that on. Yeah. Anyway, the temple district is situated at the heart of the city. The God Emperor's statue, intricately carved from precious crystal. Indeed. Also, you know, just very, very, I'm not in the normie sphere at all. Like, the closest I get is, like, Twitter. But even then, my, feed is mostly tits. Anyway, the God Emperor's statue, intricately carved from precious crystal, is suspended beneath the dome. Supported with chains of gold, can be seen from anywhere in the colony. Inspired by the majestic sight, the expedition members set off to explore the area with renewed vigor. Soon enough, they stumbled upon an ancient weapon lying on a pedestal wreathed in sunlight. The expedition brought it back to the ship and told many tales about how the Emperor himself, who had been watching them from above, had directed them to the sacred relic. Order the scouts to gather as many supplies as possible. And yes, uniform kit, ranged weaponry, mechanicus creations, and provisions. Your people flooded the city like a tidal wave, filled building after building, bunkhouse after bunkhouse, and receded from its quiet streets just as quickly. There's plenty of useful stuff among their findings, including foodstuffs and weapons. Drain the remaining fuel from the generator stations. The city won't need them anymore. Take several trips to deliver the massive promethium storage tanks to your vessel. The crew grimly points out the colony was running out of fuel. Had the life support systems not failed prematurely, the locals would have still perished due to lack of energy. And explore the local palace. The lavishly decorated estate of the local ruler towers over rows of featureless bunkhouses. Several explorers perished from the cleverly hidden tripwires in the courtyard, but after losing their companions, the team easily disarmed the remaining traps in the estate. Anything of value has been promptly delivered to the rogue trader's vessel. The Lord Captain was even given an exquisite sword found in a secret cache that once belonged to the mansion's owner. Ghost Sword. Basically just a power sword. It requires Eldari weapon proficiency. And we leave the dead city. I gotta say, I've been having fun with more plasteel. An off-camera playthrough I've been doing. It's an iconoclast run where the rogue trader is a armistice focused on sword and not sword, club and shield. It's very fun. Still haven't gotten past Rykad though. That'll be a bit later. Anyway, magnetic storm. The magnetic storm above the planet blurs the gaze of auger arrays. Only truly powerful diviner machines may see through the currents of magnetic fluctuations in their blessed vigil and discover the mysteries of the Emperor-forsaken planet. The rogue trader has decided to leave this unwelcoming world. Maybe he will return here one day. Okay. So I need, like, more powerful sensors for that one. Try some new routes. Go for system speculo. Reduce difficulty to save. Thermal control failures. Members of burns and frostbites. Tech priests are performing the rites of machine spirits. Pacification. Things should be fine, I think. Although apparently not, because I'm popping out of... because I'm popping into the bridge. And now I'm getting a visit while I'm doing my ablutions. That won't do. Is this a spitter cult's doing? Or do we have a corn infestation? Sarabak, how could you have let this happen? An assassination attempt upon the rogue trader in his own chambers, right under the notices of your enforcers? There's growl rumbles deep in Abelard's throat. Vested arm radiates grim fury. Her eyes are dark, her lips pursed. With a practiced hand, she removes the maul from her belt and offers it to you. An unforgivable error. I will accept full responsibility and ask for due punishment. I want an explanation, not a vain self-chastisement. Put that weapon away and report. Understood, Lord Captain. Reporting. She hesitates for a moment before putting the maul away. All adjacent decks have been isolated. We've begun our search for the culprit and have set up investigation quarters on the officer's deck. The substance has been analyzed and confirmed to be blood containing traces of major mutations. While it poses no risk of infection to your lordship, the very presence of such genetic aberration on board is a serious threat to the safety of the ship, and must be addressed promptly. Once word of this gets out, many among the crew will see it as a brazen challenge to your status as a rogue trader. What genetic aberration? The heresy of mutation. Mutants are vicious beasts who sow only ruin and death. They are devoid of all humanity, and the vile blood that runs through their veins feeds their unclean thoughts and urges. Numerous accounts speak of entire colonies falling prey to bloody uprisings staged by these creatures, all because their governors were too squeamish to order genetic purges. Alas, the Imperium's enemies are not limited to those outside its borders. Mutants can become a considerable threat, even when given the chance to organize. Or especially when given the chance to organize. The heretics have revealed themselves and are eager to fight? Then fight we shall! The vessel be purged of their filth. Could this have been an assassination attempt? Then they would have filled the bath with acid or poison instead. There are easier ways to kill someone than drowning them in blood, as foul as that blood may be. Cassia shudders. I beg to differ. Were something of this sort to happen to me, my heart would surely stop. What do you intend to do next? As one, every enforcer gets on their knees. Lord Captain, this incident has cast a shadow on our honor. We only ask for one thing, a chance to absolve ourselves of guilt. Allow me to be the head to the officers' deck at once, so that I may lead the investigation personally. This is precisely what Lady Theodora would have done. Entrust the matter to her faithful servants. However, I would still advise to observe the Master-at-Arms at work, Lord Captain. It may prove enlightening. Should the Lord Captain wish to monitor the investigation, my people and I would consider it an honor. I am curious to see the Master-at-Arms in action. I will preside over the investigation. Of course, Lord Captain. I will arrange for an area befitting your status to be prepared on the officer's deck. Yay! We got level. Yay! What the hell am I gonna do? Evil Eye would be nice. Regeneration would be fantastic. Yeah, I'm gonna go for regeneration, because that I can shove through my, my boy. Oh, what to do? What am I even specializing in? I guess lower warp? Yeah. Then our guy, kick, make a melee attack with kick, dealing 13 damage instead of weapon damage. Does not count towards attack limit, but counts as a single melee attack for the purposes of versatility. This attack cannot be parried and will push the target 2 cells away. Confident approach, reckless rush, extra movement points. Gain more stacks of versatility. Devastating attack. Next attack, if it hits, causes all targets to make a toughness resistance test at a penalty. If failed, they will suffer negative effect based on the attack type. Impact damage knocks the target prone for 1 round. Piercing and rending damage inflicts bleeding and slowed on the target until the end of combat and energy. And all other damage inflicts blinded on the target until the end of combat. Power swords and power axes count as both energy and rending, while power hammers count as energy and impact. Attacks that combine several types of damage will benefit from each additional effect. So, reckless rush, cautious approach. Against cautious approach effect. Swaps the bonuses of versatility, which grants weapon skill and ballistic skill to dodge, parry reduction, and ignoring cover. Also removes all slowed, blind, bleeding, burning, and toxin effects. Med makes them immune, as well as stun and prone. Confident approach for... Oh no, cautious approach makes the bonuses dodge and parry. I think I might go for kick. Why not? You could use more attacks. Stentorian Voice. Enemies in a 5-cell radius around the Navy while he is braced suffer a penalty to their attack skills, or attributes. Evasive maneuvers. Allies with braced or affected by a Navy officer's other non-attacking abilities gain dodge. Okay, now I want to... Enemies gain no melee superiority bonuses against this target. Melee weapons specialist. Cider. I want to check something real quick. Exotic, not solid. So I do not want to give you solid projectile weapon expert. How about swift movements? Now then. I don't know, could give you a kick as a weapon. Yeah. Melee option. Cleansing Faith. Chain and Power. Nah, Litany of Purification. Would be quite nice. Emperor Protects for some extra maximum wounds. I could give you solid projectile weapon expert for that extra minimum damage on... That would actually work out pretty well for you, because that means the stolen autocannon is going to be even stronger. Breaking Point. Heavy weapons deal +1 damage and +10% damage and ignore 2 deflection. Oh my. That would also be very, very nice. Yeah, let's go for that and then grab solid weapon or solid projectile weapon expert. Next level, maybe? Let's see. Medicaid signal, provocation signal. Start the turn. Each enemy in a 4-cell radius around the service swarm makes a willpower test at penalty. If they fail, they make a free attack against the closest creature, if possible, after they act normally. Strategic adaptation. Medicaid signal would be nice. Start of turn. Each ally in a 4-cell radius around. Yeah, let's go for Medicaid signal and up your tech use. It's for you. Let's go for Held in My Gaze for a bit of damage and Commerce, maybe? Yeah, I think that's the list of your things. And then Earliet. Pretty good at lower Xenos. Yeah, let's up your Lord Xenos and let's see, Elusive Shadow. Killing Edge. Den's Macabre. The assassin dashes in a straight line of up 3 cells. Death Whisper makes an attack that does not count towards the number of attacks per turn. It does not block the assassin's movement, but only deals 25% damage. The attack is successful. The target suffers the hemorrhage effect. Poised to strike. Assassin makes an enemy suffer a penalty to armor and deflection until the end of the turn. If there's only one enemy adjacent to them, the assassin also gains +10. If there are no enemies, they're +10 dodge. Basically, they dodge better if they have... I think I'm gonna go for Death Whispers so she can finish off targets. Okay, let's get back to things. Oh wait, no, I need to oversee the investigation. But I guess I can chart new routes first. None of which I really want to take. Oh. It doesn't automatically route you through a safe place. So you have to make multiple jumps if you want things to be safe. Okay. Oh yeah, speaking of which, how are my... They are continuing. Yeah, Turnitos is already snagged. Lady Navigator has successfully guided the ship out the warp and left the Sanctum Nabis, but instead of going to her chambers, she's headed for yours. Perhaps you want to prepare for this meeting. Hello there. Greetings, Lord Captain. I meant to inform you that our journey through the warp went well. My navigator's gaze perceived the light of the Astronomicon beyond the tumultuous waves of the Sea of Souls, albeit with some difficulty. The crew and the Master Helmsman conducted themselves adequately. My instructions during the jump helped them find their focus and guide the ship without any serious incidents. I have never doubted your abilities as a navigator, Lady Cassia. My crew was fortunate to have you. Cassia's expression changes subtly. She gives you a reserved nod. Pleases me to hear this, Lord Captain. I'm equally satisfied with your manner of command. Fidgeting awkwardly, Cassia glances around the study. Yes, you have many compelling works of art here, but precious few paintings. I, for one, do enjoy passing what little spare time I have with brush in hand. Why, just recently I created a beautiful voidscape inspired by our travels together. I cannot show it to you quite yet, as it still only exists in my mind's eye, but the imagery... Oh, if only you could see. Let's see, my quarters do indeed sorely lack exquisite finery. So I did note the unique elegance of your works back on Yurok 5. Might I hope that your painting will soon adorn these walls? Cassia cocks her head in surprise. I do truly wish that it would, but I must admit, I'm nothing more than an amateur. Forgive me, Lord Captain, but I do not think that it's such a good idea. These chambers are indeed in need of masterpieces, while I merely paint for my own pleasure. Her furtive smile speaks louder than her polite refusal. One other thing I want to tell you is that I am quite well read, and that my knowledge is not limited to the navigator's craft. I am versed in many other scholarly fields, such as the centenary history of the Calixis sector, or Cassia shrugs awkwardly. Navigators are taught to familiarize themselves with the warp from childhood. Should you require my help, that is to say my counsel, my knowledge is extensive, so please do not hesitate to ask. She fiddles with a lock of her hair while still proudly holding her chin high, avoiding your gaze at the same time. You don't need to prove your worth to me, Cassian. With each passing day, I learn about new sides of you, and you amaze me every time. You are too kind, Lord Captain. Cassia looks away, but before she does, you catch a strange, fleeting expression on her face. Could it be joy? I apologize. I must be distracting you from important matters. With this, please permit me to leave your presence, Lord Captain. Cassia gives a courteous nod, gracefully picks up her cloak, and takes her leave. Very loud crow. Yes, I also needed to observe the investigation on the officer's deck. Wrong way. Actually, I could probably talk to her later. Yeah, there she is. Funny that she's so close to Cabela, of all people. Iliad stands out from her surroundings like a Genusian jungle tree in a garden of manicured topiary. Unsettling beauty and alluring otherness, in her posture, her gestures, her piercing stare, radiate from Ealdari. Let's see. I've been mulling over our conversation, and I can understand why you do not like people. I think there is something else, something I cannot understand.
What do I see? Your words ring with the desire to know the soul of another. But will you be able to comprehend my answer?
She gives you a thoughtful look.
You and I, Elantak, look at this world in very different ways. And I see many more facets, and deeper meanings, and brighter colors in it. But to capture the full truth of this world in the miserly language familiar to your ears will take time. I will come to you with an answer later.
See, Footfall buzz with rumors about Xenos ravaging the sector. Do you think it could be your kin from Kruderak?
Is that snake venom seeping from your lips? We, the children of Azurian, are no strangers to the art of war. We are not raiders, or butchers, or least of all, fools. When a craft world is beset by calamity, its inhabitants do not start a war with every monkey in the sector. If you are looking for enemies, look for them elsewhere.
What happened to your homeworld?
It is a mystery as inscrutable as the sigh of the last immortal, as deep as the waters of a dark ocean. And I can tell you little, for I was far away, on a mission with my unit. We returned at the appointed hour, but we did not find Kruderak in its celestial harbor. It happened many journeys ago, or standard years, as you say. But I remember that moment as if it happened this very day. The memory of a loss is always stronger than the memory of a gain, especially when you lose something as significant as a home, or an entire world. We searched, we called out, we looked everywhere, but we saw only emptiness and the echo of calamity. Countless days passed before I found myself on the Lilithon and met some of my kin. Those refugees who had barely managed to reach our ancestral planet. Their stories were far from being the fruit of truth I so badly craved. Those who agreed to talk to me were few, for most saw me as a wayward daughter who had spurned the honorable paths. And they would not stop babbling about the terrible disease that spread black tendrils of pain over the paths of the Infinity Circuit and deadened our world one segment after another. The ones who survived fled in fear and wandered between the stars, until the Lilithon's warm light reached out to some of them. Some, like Muaran, lay the blame entirely on Monkey. However, I do not know the truth, but I hope Oh, I desperately hope and pray to the gods that someday it will be revealed to me. Is idle curiosity a defining feature of the monkey? Or are you trying to learn about the weaknesses of my people so you can destroy another world of the children of Asurion? Forgive me, Elentark, but I am not ready to immerse you in the font of my people's deepest mysteries.
In regards to what is an infinity circuit? What was your world like before it fell?
Cruderock cannot be described in your language. It can only be sung, encased in a filigree of sounds, a melody as complex and delicate as the infinity circuit, its energy network. It can be seen in the golden hues of sunlight, felt in the breath of celestial winds. Though it was an artificial world, it was just as alive as any real planet. But I must see clearly, not only light, but also shadows. I yearn to remember only Cruderock's beauty, but it had a dark side too. My world was isolated for too long. Like a lake of stagnant water, there was no movement or renewal, and even the sweetest outbursts of life soon turned fetid. Who knows? Who knows? Had there been no stagnation, had our elders not been so blind in their dogmatism and our youths not lacking in courage, then perhaps Cruderock would still be alive even now? Is idle curiosity a defining feature of the monkey? Or are you trying to learn about the weaknesses of my people so you can destroy another world of the children of Asurion? Forgive me, Elentark, but I am not ready to immerse you in the font of my people's deepest mysteries.
What can you tell me about the history of the Eldari?
I am afraid your life is too fleeting, and your memory too feeble to encompass the entirety of my knowledge. My people ruled the stars when yours did not even have a name. But many of our songs and stories were lost, stolen by she who thirsts. I can tell you the children of Asurion lived, created, caressed the stars as if they were pearls on a string, until Cylon Thresh smothered our empire in her terrifying embrace. Different branches of the Eldari chose different paths to salvation. My ancestors chose an eternal journey through the starry void, living on craft worlds instead of real planets. We rescued countless wonders from the days before, but far from all. You saw this on the Lilithon. Not even we can always master the gates our ancient ones built. This is the story of the Asuriani. There are branches that chose a different path, gruesome and frightening. But I do not wish to tell you about them. That is our dark side, just as your kin have many dark sides of their own.
You keep mentioning She Who Thirsts. What can you tell me about her?
Why ask this question? Is it idle curiosity, or something else? Do not turn your thoughts towards Cylon Thresh, whatever your motive. She is downfall. She is hunger. She is the enemy of all that is good in the universe. She is an enemy to the Eldari, and I hope to you as well.
Iliad stresses the last words, looking at you inquisitively. The Chaos Gods are the enemies of the Imperium, which means they are my enemies. You can be sure of that.
We are as different as starlight and its reflection in a muddy puddle. But we share a common enemy. Constancy is our strength.
I've learned what I wanted to know. You have my gratitude.
As you wish, Elentark.
Why did you agree to join me? Is it not strange for an Eldar to be following a human?
The outcasts my path led me to had a saying. Let me translate it for you. If you fall off a cliff, grab the roots and do not ask if they belong to a weed or a noble rosebush. You are the route I grabbed, Ilantak. Because I fell off a cliff. My homeworld is gone. My kin are either dead, or hiding no one knows where. By joining forces with you, I may be able to nurture a seedling of the truth I so deeply yearn for.
What do you think is happening on Janus right now?
The Lilithon is purifying herself of the corruption brought by the servants of Cylon Thrash. Gardens and birds, animals and people. Many are gone forever, and even more are corrupted beyond healing. But the Lilithon is stronger. This world will live. My kin are probably still looking for a means to enter the webway. May the Lilithon spirit aid them in this endeavor. Beyond the gate lies salvation, and perhaps even knowledge about the fate of Krudarok and the remaining survivors.
Tell me about your kin and your homeworld.
I refuse to discuss this with a monkey. We are but traveling companions who happen to be following the same road among the stars. Do not even try to get under my skin. It will not work.
Am I still unworthy of discussing your world? Allow me to ask you a few personal questions.
What do you wish to talk about?
Remind me again, how did you come to be on Janus?
The children of Asurion sought shelter on the Lilithon after the demise of our craft world, our Krudarok. I arrived later, looking for traces of my kin and hoping to learn the fate of my world. They witnessed the baneful ignorance of your breed and began to weave a web of their own intrigues in which I played the role of Vistenza Viat's aide. And then you appeared.
Tell me about yourself. Who were you before you came to Janus?
I followed my path. Do you know what a path is to the children of Asurion? It is more than a chosen, what do you call it, craft. The path is how each of us moves through the labyrinth of existence, inside and out, in life and in spirit. It is both a journey and a fortress. It protects us from she who thirsts. To stray from the path is to fall into her dark embrace. The first path I walked was the path of awakening. It granted me the ability not merely to look, but to see, and to take notice of what I saw. My second path could have been that of a warrior, but I chose differently. For the ability to see called me beyond the boundaries of my homeworld. Though not everyone was pleased by this decision, I stepped onto the path of the outcast. I gained the freedom to choose, to question, to doubt where the others merely bow before the wisdom of a Farseer who dictates the will of destiny. And I will follow my path until I reach its pinnacle.
What is it like for you being on my ship?
It feels like I am in the belly of a bird with steel wings. Cold and unliving, but stubbornly blazing through the dark. It lacks life with its light and beauty, but although your vessel cannot even remotely be compared to a craft world, I feel strangely satisfied. We, the Asuriani, are born and dwell on craft worlds. To find myself on a moving world again, even one such as yours, is a source of much joy.
I thank you for your answers.
The words of truth sound like music. This is what our people say.
I must take my leave. I have an investigation to oversee now. To the officer's deck. With my current party. Jocasta Sowerback barks at the officers gathered before you. His lordship, the rogue trader, has seen fit to honor us with his presence in order to monitor the course of the investigation. You are expected to perform your duties immaculately and report your every step to me. Should any of your actions bring shame to the enforcers, you will answer to me personally. Lord Captain, the 3 officers before you have been tasked with conducting the investigation. The first, Captain Klein, is a veteran with a record of quelled uprisings of mutant abominations in the colonies. Captain Ginevri is young, but she has already preempted several mutinies among the ship's rabble. Lastly, there is Captain Hrotko. His interrogation skills deserve credit, and he knows how to instill fear and respect firmly in the minds of the riffraff. After carefully assessing the officers' bearing and their uniforms, Abelard nods with satisfaction. Their drilling is good. Their service records are excellent. Let's see how they perform in the field. What are your findings thus far? We have discovered a worker's corpse, mutilated and desiccated. We are still looking into the man's identity and position, but the chirurgeon's report has confirmed that among all the blood that was pumped into your bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutations was indeed his. The workers from the nearby decks have all been checked for a genetic aberration, but mutations identified are all within the norm for laboring masses. They are being rounded up for interrogation as we speak. Harriet frowns as she surveys the deck. So much noise and empty violence. I'm surprised you're able to find anything in this pandemonium of your own making. I'd say, even taking into account the neighboring decks that only constitute hundreds of people. That constitutes hundreds of people. How do you plan to question them all? Our interrogation techniques are broad and varied. However, nothing loosens the tongue like corporal punishment. Beatings, mutilations, torture, public executions. Sowerback almost purrs as she lists her ways of making people suffer. When combined with psychological pressure, such methods work wonders. An unfortunate necessity. Let us return to other matters. Indeed, Lord Captain, most unfortunate, says the Master-at-Arms, a bloodthirsty smirk stealing across her face. Do you have any working theories? Mutants are plotting, Klein spits into disgust. They've been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have wanted to infect your lordship with their plague. It wasn't an attempt on the Lord Captain's life. It was a threat. The rabble are planning a revolt. They're trying to terrorize us. Soon you will drown in blood. Insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. Meanwhile, Captain Hrotko is convinced that it was the work of Votivir's surviving cultists. However, I believe this was a warning rather than a threat. What we need to establish is who was trying to warn us and of what. What do you propose we investigate first? The body. Once we have ascertained the dead man's identity, we'll be able to locate his associates and narrow down the number of suspects. Captain Klein is in charge of examining the corpse. Yes, Your Lordship. I'm almost done with my report. As soon as it's delivered, it's ready. I'll deliver it to you. Then let us begin. While we wait for Klein to report back, please enjoy the refreshments that have been prepared for you, Lord Captain. Heinrich Montag, a pair of enforcers with battered faces, is escorting Infernus Master Heinrich Montag. The lip is busted, his knuckles are grazed and covered with blood, and there's a chewed low stick between his teeth. One of the enforcers drones nasally. We apprehended him while he was trying to break through to the detained rebel. Got into a scuffle. He barely managed to restrain the troublemaker. He demanded an audience with you, Mr. Sowerback. The Master-at-Arms nods, and the enforcers release their prisoner. Heinrich adjusts his clothes and approaches confidently. What do your enforcers think they're doing, Jocasta? Why are you assaulting my people, denying them water like they're criminals? You've got teenagers and elderly folk here. They're all just ordinary workers. They've done nothing wrong. No, Heinrich, what do you think you're doing? Attacking my people, chastising me in front of the Lord Captain? Get up before I have you charged. Your Lordship, I ask you to please protect your servants from this abuse. Have patience, Heinrich. As soon as the culprit is found, your people will be released. Heinrich raises his chin proudly. In that case, I request permission to join my family. So be it. Let him see his family. Thank you, Lord Captain. I hope you find the culprit before another 100 workers are forced to suffer the same undue punishment. Captain Klein snaps to attention. Identifying the victim has proven impossible. His face has been smashed in and his body is badly maimed. There are too many wounds to determine the exact cause of death, but presumably he died after the killer slit his throat. That's how they drained his blood. No external signs of mutation were found. In other words, we have nothing. Klein, this isn't a report. It's a declaration of our incompetence before the Lord Captain. You will keep digging around inside that corpse until you produce some results. Study the Enforcer's face. Ginevra looks at Klein with sympathy. She clearly cares about him, but does not wish to trample on her comrade's honor with words of comfort. Pratko regards Klein with a contemptuous smirk, while Klein scowls at him. No external signs of mutation, you say? What about internal signs? Performing an autopsy was inadvisable due to the danger of contaminating the area with genetic aberration. See a flash of genuine horror in Klein's eyes before his gaze turns glassy. You've seen that look before in the eyes of other veterans. It's the expression of someone reliving painful memories that have left deep scars. They cannot hope to overcome such trauma on their own. They would need help, or a partner, or perhaps some strong emotional stimulus. I've heard that Medicaid officers often perform autopsies in pairs. One cuts up the body, the other records the findings. You should get a partner, Klein. According to regulations, one enforcer is required for this duty. However, your lordship's proposal is reasonable. Do you have someone specific in mind? Ginevra would be an excellent choice. You catch Ginevra's grateful look, and then watch as she smiles encouragingly at Klein. Come on, Klein. You'd better teach the greenhorns how to cover up mutants. I'll grab a pair of respirators to make sure we don't catch anything. Klein is up to his elbows in blood, his eyes flaring defiantly. I've examined the filth inside and out. Its innards are a genetic nightmare. It's a bag of corruption wrapped in human skin. Extra organs, scales, atrophied and grown limbs. That's not what's important. The body was disfigured posthumously. They killed the mutant with surgical precision before opening his throat and draining his blood. It wasn't until after the actual murder they crushed his head and tried to cover his wounds. The wounds were so brutal, I almost missed his work tattoo. The victim was a pipe warden. I found this in his throat. That presents a blood-stained raven feather. A certain legend springs to your mind, one involving Saint Quirine, who was granted a portent of enemies hiding among the faithful. When Quirine prayed to the Emperor for a sign that might reveal the traitors, a raven's feather burst out from her mouth to inscribe the names of the conspirators. Only someone versed in the symbology of the Imperium could have left such a message. Let's see, for what purpose was the corpse mutilated? Someone wanted to hide the cause of death. What I fail to understand is why they would then leave the body out in the open instead of disposing it. Remember Saint Quirine? Could this be a sign? Well, mutants do not make allusions to saints. This was someone versed in the creed. It's imperative we find whoever mutilated the body. I concur. Would you like to give us specific instructions? One cannot disfigure a body like that and stay clean. Look for any blood-stained garments, rags, or the like. Sorbeck nods firmly. If the perpetrator was in a hurry to cover their tracks, they might not have had time to dispose of the soiled clothing. Thank you, Lordship, for your wise counsel. What tattoo? What do pipe wardens have to do with anything? The pipe wardens are a working clan that services the ship's sewer system. The tattoo indicates the worker's status and personal number. This one was SP-24601, Senior Pipe Warden. Klein, I wish to gift you a glass of Amasec for your good work. You look like you need it. Klein accepts the glass and downs it instantly. Evidently he has no state to savor the banquet and taste of the fine drink you've offered him. What is our next step? We should run the victim's ID number through the Master Work Log Cogitator. If its machine spirit favors us, we'll be able to narrow down the number of suspects. Ginevra, this is your arena. Ginevra approaches you, followed by a dignified woman in crimson robes. Allow me to introduce the esteemed tech priest, Androvetta Phi. She believes she has the right to obstruct the investigation and refuses to grant the enforcers access to the Master Cogitator. The tech priest lets out an indignant binaric trill. I request that the laywoman's willful activities be halted. She intended to torment the machine spirit of the Master Worklog Cogitator Iota 3B. The venerable spirit is ill and is in no disposition to endure such abuse. What's the problem with the machine spirit? The spirit is old and quick to anger. It therefore calls for a sensitive approach, not a torturous intrusion by a brutish laywoman. Since the start of this watch, the spirit has been unwell, so we have been trying to soothe its woes by applying sacred unguents and sensing the great machine's boards. The dogma of data recuperative quarantine prohibits any disturbances to the blessed machine found to be in such a state. What exactly does this dogma prescribe? Let no profane hand touch the sacred machine stricken. Let the mechanism be shielded from all worldly troubles by a veil of righteous litany, and let its shrine be thrisely honored till the melody is no more. Judging by Ginevra's expression, she would rather have her profane hands touch Androvetta Phi's neck. Let's see. Persuasion. Lay people may be prohibited from communing with the machine spirits, but you are not, esteemed tech priest. Ginevra will merely stand at your side and observe. Androvetta Phi shoots Ginevra a sidelong glance. Very well. I shall disturb the spirit, but I demand that the laywoman show respect and do as she is told. Raising her hands high, Androvetta Phi wails, Omnissiah, preserve us! The great spirit was infected by a layperson. That is the culprit you should be searching for, not some pipe warden. Sacrilege! Registering a Category 3 act of sacrilege, resulting in a Category Epsilon Quadro transgressive scenario, requesting the inclusion of the offender in the registry of wanted entities for the purpose of expiative disposal. We have discovered that the cogitator's malfunctions began after an unauthorized attempt to access it was made. Someone deliberately angered the machine spirit in order to bury the work logs. Thankfully, the esteemed machine tech priest was able to appease the spirit and extract the information we needed. The victim's name was Orto. On the day he dies, he was servicing valve 27B, which supplies water to the rogue trader's bath chamber. He also had a partner who has yet to appear for duty since the incident occurred. We have a suspect. Did the murderer get to the cogitator too? Impossible. Since the start of the watch, this area has been used as the center of operations. No rabble could have slipped by unnoticed. Moreover, a common pipe warden wouldn't know how to commune with a machine spirit. The murderer had help. Who is the partner? Senior Pipe Warden Guiden. Number SP26855. An 8th generation Pipe Warden, no registered infractions, excellent discipline, perfect work record, an exemplary servant of the Imperium. Master at Arms, how do you propose we find our new suspect? Before Sauerbeck can respond, Rotko cuts in. Your lordship, there was a name named Guiden among the rabble waiting to be interrogated. He immediately struck me as suspicious. Please allow me to question the man in your presence. Sauerbeck narrows her eyes, but all she says is, bring him in, now. Now to watch the interrogation. Senior Pipe Warden Guiden. Before you stands a gaunt man in work clothes. His face is swollen from the bruises, and several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes. Start talking, you miserable wretch. You tried to kill the Lord Captain, didn't you? Rotko grabs the worker by the lapels. Guiden's coat flies open, revealing a crude occult symbols painted all over his body. What's this? Heretical brands? Cultist scum! Guiden yells, baring what remains of his teeth. Yes, it was me. I tried to put a curse on the Lord Captain. Killed my partner in a wicked ritual, rubbed elbows with them demons, consorted with them, all to carry out a dark plot, and doom the Lord Captain for the glory of my almighty master. He bursts into a fit of hysterical, theatrical cackling. Its words. He's tried to paint them over the fake garish hues, but his abject terror carries with it too much black and gray. What does he hope to accomplish with this? He has admitted to everything, the vermin. He has insisted time and again that the assassination attempt was carried out by one of Votvir's surviving henchmen. And I was right. I guess we weren't so thorough in clearing them out as we thought. Hardco casts a sharp glance at Sauerback. Assess the Enforcer's reaction to the confession. Hratko looks proud and self-important. Ginevra is biting her nail, as if hesitant to say anything. Sauerback was observing the work in silence, apparently sunk deep in thought. Meanwhile, Clyde merely stands still with a distrustful grimace on his face. Other than Hratko, no one here seems to believe that you're looking at the real culprit. At the real culprit. Does the Master-at-Arms not find it strange that the suspect is so eager to paint himself as a heretic, and in such a preposterous fashion, no less? I agree, Lord Captain, Sauerback growls at the worker. I want the truth. Who are you, and who told you to give us this pathetic confession? The man blanches and starts bawling. He goes out on his sinister theatrics and babbles in the voice of common worker. Forgive me, your lordship. I'm not Gwydion, and I'm not a heretic. It's me name. I'm a laundryman. Please have mercy. I took my family. That enforcer said she'd throw him at the airlock if I didn't confess. She made me draw these unholy marks on myself. Abelard casts a significant glance in Sauerback's direction. Your enforcers have a knack for persuasion, Mr. Sauerback, but this is ridiculous. What enforcer? Name. Give me her name. Ginevra. Her name was Ginevra. What? I swear that I have no... Ginevra? The steely edge of Sauerback's voice causes everyone present to freeze, but you also hear a note of bewilderment. We'll deal with her later. I will handle the search for Gwydion myself. Lord Captain, would you help us execute this demon worshipper? Execute? Truly, no word sounds sweeter. Monkey's ears. Hold on, he's lied to us more than once, and maybe he's lying to us again. Ginevra, do you have anything to say? I've never threatened his family, and certainly did not force him to lie and draw heretical symbols. I barely even remember his face. I may have interrogated him before, but it was someone else who put him up to this. And yet he knows your name and pointed you out right away. Do you find that funny? Says Hratko. Do you not find it funny that your head is always up your arse, Hratko? It's obvious that someone framed her. Cease this bickering. Sauerback's snarl forces the officers back down. Lord Captain, what we have here is a liar, and a well-coached one at that. He will never confess on his own. What do you suggest? Let's see. We need to change our approach. Bandage his wounds and give him food. Talk to him gently and with kindness. A vein swells in Sauerback's temple. Should we also grant him a pleasure palace in the spires of Dargonus while we're at it? Lord Captain, I doubt you'll get the result you desire, but we'll do everything within our power. But to... Spare the man, wash off those heretical symbols, and let him rejoin his family. It will be done. Yes, this is supposed to be a dogmatic playthrough, but come on! The dude was obviously coached by Hratko for this. There's no cause for alarm, Lord Captain. This conspiracy may have been fake, but now it's only a matter of time before we find the real culprit. We have the pipe warden's names and identification numbers, and we know which clan they're from. We will keep pressing the riffraff until either the culprit confesses or someone turns him in. I will enjoy this. I will handle this. The Master-at-Arms pointedly grips them all on her belt. Please enjoy your meal in the interim, Lord Captain. The scoundrel will appear before us soon enough. Lord Captain, the real pipe warden Gwydion has been found and is being escorted as we speak. Are there any remaining questions you wish to address before we hear from Gwydion himself? Start by reporting on the results of the additional investigative efforts. Absolutely, Lord Captain. Your insightful suggestion helped the enforcers to locate the evidence. In fact, we They found a bloody synth coat in one of the vents. The standard issue included in every enforcer outfit on the ship. The interrogation of the detainee Yard had to be suspended. He seems to have gone mad. He just kept mumbling that it was Ginevra who set him up to lie and that he must therefore be set free. I doubt we will get anything further out of him, be it with cruelty, kindness, or holy prayer. This concludes my report. Someone attempted to mislead our investigation. We cannot let this go without consequences. Undoubtedly, let us go over the facts of what we have about the sabotage and compile them. The body of the deceased was mutilated after death. It is likely that the nature of the injuries would have proven very useful in the investigation, and that the perpetrator concealed them for that very reason. Someone sabotaged the work log cogitator, so it would be harder for us to find the victim's partner, who might have information valuable to the investigation. Instead of the murdered man's partner, we were given a fool, one who thoroughly incriminated himself first before admitting that Captain Ginevra had put him up to it. Sarbeck glowers at Ginevra, and she pales with fear. Who was guarding the body? It was Ginevra, says Klein. Reluctantly nods at his fellow enforcer. I relieved her when I came up to inspect the corpse, which by then had already been cut up. Ginevra nervously adjusts her armor under Sarbeck's piercing gaze. The corpse was already looking like that when I came under my purview, but I could not get the name of the officer who discovered it. The deck was such a mess that I decided I would deal with it later. A bloody synth coat was discovered not far from the corpse. I would ask the enforcers in this room to present their coats. The rustle of synthetic fabrics fills the room. All the enforcers show their coats except Rodko. He shrugs complacently under the gaze of his comrades. I do not wear it. An enforcer must be able to withstand the cold, and the serfs treat synth coats as a sign of weakness. Behind the armor of affected indifference, his thoughts ooze grimy hues, like blood mixed with umber. It looks vile. Who had access to the work log cogitator? The tech priests did not let anyone near the cogitator. They even tried to prevent the enforcer's investigation. Ginevra, were you there the entire time? Yes, ma'am, since the start of the watch. I went there right after I handed the body to Klein. The only time I stepped away was to retrieve the data slate from my quarters. I left a watchman, but he went missing. Most likely, one of the officers did not realize he was on duty and sent him off on some errand, but I was only gone for a few minutes. Very convenient. A missing sentry, a data slate misplaced against regulations. Rodko drums his fingers on a holster on his belt, where his own data slate sits tightly nestled. I don't understand how I could have forgotten it. I always check my gear when I go on duty. Rodko, this is all you're doing, is it not? Sarbeck draws her auto pistol and points it at Rodko, who appears entirely unperturbed. I'll give you one chance to retain your last shred of honor and confess. Who sabotaged the investigation? Why? Is it not obvious, Rodko smugly arches his eyebrow, to expose the conspiracy myself and to prove your incompetence to his lordship? To take the place I actually deserve! For years I toiled for the good of the dynasty, but when the former Master-at-Arms was killed, I was refused my promotion. Instead, they give the position to you, a self-serving Sarbeck nit. I guess a noble name means more than talent. When this crime occurred, I realized that it was my chance to show what I was worth. While you were busy dallying, I quickly learned the name of the suspect, diverted the course of the investigation, an easy enough task, and began looking for the real Guidon. Had I found him in time, your position would have already been mine, Jocasta. So listen to yourself, and you will understand why they made me Master-at-Arms, Lord Captain. I request permission to dispose of the refuse personally. Rodko, for your crimes of sabotage, slander, and heresy, I hereby condemn you to death. Master-at-Arms, carry out the sentence. Rodko tries to speak, but his words are cut off by a devastating blow to the jaw. He collapses to the ground, but Sarbeck raises them all again, delivering another blow, this time straight to his ribs. She stretches out the pleasure, slowly crushing his bones and savoring every scream. When she is done, she finally allows the bloody mess that was once Hrotko to die where it lies. The Augustine has gained the triumph of justice! Flagship's shield strength and evasion are increased by 5%. The gruesome execution of Captain Hrotko has increased the diligence of both the enforcers and those they have been entrusted to supervise. The crews of the engines and shields modules now work for their hardest for fear of punishment. Continue. That takes care of the traitor. Now let us proceed with interrogating the pipe warden. The pipe warden does his best to remain reverently bowed, which paints a rather comical picture of his formidable height and complexion. He lowers his head, tugging at his beard. Senior pipe warden Gwaden, honored to serve Lord Captain, ready to confess to everything. You're the real pipe warden, Gwaden, are you not? I am, and I'm proud of it, Lord Captain. Pipe warden's craft is hard work, but necessary. My number is SP-26855. My work partner was the late Orto, number SP-24601. I oversee the water supply systems on the upper deck, sectors A3, K8, and R9. This includes valve 27B. There can be no mistake. I've verified his identity myself. It has also been confirmed by the other workers. Did you kill your mutant partner? I didn't kill him, and I didn't know he was a mutant. Orto and I always got along, even if he wasn't much for talking, but then a servant of death came from the darkness and ended him quickly but harshly. She bled him dry and put a black feather in his throat. She told me to pump the blood into the pipes, and then she left. I wanted to confess, but I was afraid she'd come for me if I did. Who do you mean by this servant of death? The holy slayer in black and crimson and bone. Feared by all, they are quiet and merciless as death itself. They come from the shadows to kill, because the Emperor commands them so. We've already met the servants of the Bloodspun Web, Lord Captain. The grim procession is not one the upper decks will soon forget. Why did you fill my bath with blood? I did as the servant of death commanded. She said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign that your lordship should be bathed in the blood of poor Orto, my partner, and I was scared, so I obeyed. The first spinner? Are you talking about the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web? Yes, that's him. He leads the death cultists. The lot who worship the Emperor by killing. The spinners hunt down heretics, but sometimes they take righteous lives too. Their service is mysterious, fervent, and bloody. Summon the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. I wish to hear his explanation. As you will, Lord Captain. Your Lordship, if I may ask, what happens to me now? I never meant to anger you. I thought I was doing as the Emperor willed it. And here we are. I'm a simple man. I know pipes, and I know them a lot better than all this people business. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but I can still smell rust and metal, but not so much in people's thoughts. Let's see, you act as a true servant of the Emperor would. I'll have you provided with the best ocular implant for your work. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, your lordship. I will serve you faithfully, and I will never forget your mercy. Did we talk? To the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web, treads lightly and silently, as if his old gaunt body has no weight at all. He whispers weakly, Domain Esethul willed to see me, and so I have come. Not respectfully. I've summoned you to discuss the actions of your apprentices. The Vizier responds in an equally respectful manner. Let their deeds be weighed. Investigation has established that the Bloodspun Web orchestrated an attack on his lordship by means of pouring unholy blood into his bath. This affront, the old man's murmur drowns out Sarback's relentless voice. Domain Esethul knows the truth. So it was done. For so I did will. It was no affront, but a prophecy. From my hands to divine unsullied martyrs offered their blood and bodies into his imperishable embrace. I gazed into the red rivers of their smoldering lives, and I did see a roiling unclean staining the bays, reaching for the anointed lord of the Ark. In my apprentice's last sighs, I heard the Undying One's whisper. He bid me bathe the domain in the blood of he who must go, and they who have been righteous, for this will shield the domain and strengthen his body against the rotting unclean. I obeyed. The man who you killed, who was he? I know not. I heard only the name, and I knew he must go. He listens to the empty space above his shoulder and nods. Yes, we need no more knowledge than that. What do you mean by the roiling unclean? He did not reveal, but it is corruption itself. It offends him. It tastes as sweet as fetid waters in old pipes. Its promises are the deception of an enforcer's smile. Its face is elusive. Do you claim that you did it because the God Emperor willed so? I speak and move and draw breath because he wills so. I defy not the Undying One, neither in death that gifts and takes, nor in my living existence. Could your vision have been false? The vizier's lips curl into a smile. I held the cards of his tarot, washed in the blood of the righteous. They make no mistakes, and neither does he send false visions. Only mortals err, they who read the signs, they who interpret. Master-at-Arms, are you convinced that we have found the culprits? The situation is clear, your lordship. Sarlbach makes the signs of the Aquila. The Emperor has sent us a portent. The protector of mankind guides the hands of his holy servants to guard us and warn us of hidden threats. Which kinda happened here. We took care of a guy, a corrupt enforcer. God Emperor, I thank thee for protecting us, even though there are instruments of your protection whose holiness and purity I may never understand. This monkey has drawn attention to the mutants in a way that could not be ignored. A shrewd tactic, if the threat is indeed great as he believes. Could it be a coincidence that the victim of the ritual is a genetic aberration? The officers around you keep a respectful silence, but you can tell by their faint smiles that they find the idea of doubting the Emperor's providence absurd. The cult of the Bloodspun Web will face no persecution for their deed. The Vizier freezes, listens in silence, and then nods to nothing. Yes, I will tell him. He turns his stone-shut eyes to you once more. We are seeds in your hands, giver of life. Whether you keep us or scatter us, we will remain grateful. Be that as it may, we have hit a dead end. We'd hoped to expose the culprits that would lead us to the apparition's lair. Let the blood-spun web find the mutants breeding on my ship. No spinner or brave warrior from the Domain's circle can find the roots of the unclean, for it can appear as human and act as human. Only its thoughts betray its vile nature. Only its thoughts are never human. Wise, anxious silence falls the moment Sarlbach says this one word. She narrows her eyes. Is it unclean thoughts we need to find? Very well, let Wise find them. He knows how, no matter how badly he wishes that the rest of us forgot about him. Veni Zachary is a fearsome hunter. When he hunts, the flagship wails. When he thinks, my teeth creak, and I can feel pain as if I am young again. But his power is great indeed. He can hunt our prey. How can the choir master of the Astropaths be of use to us? The esteemed Zachary Wise can perform the ritual without reading. This practice lets us do a cursory examination of the minds of thousands of people in search of certain individuals. A ritual as rare as it is dangerous, and only someone as versed as Master Wise can accomplish such a feat. Has he done something like that before? Once, Lady Theodora made use of his services to expose spies on board, who had apparently been in the employ of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like not everyone here is eager to leave this matter to Master Wise. I would say the one least eager would be Master Wise himself. Last time his efforts caused some severe warp manifestations. The ritual is truly perilous. Not to put too fine a point on it, Wise nearly destroyed the ship back then. Incidentally, he had given us multiple warnings that it could happen. Lady Theodora ignored him, and we reaped the results. Oh, why do I get the feeling that I know what will happen next? That is all, Master-at-Arms. Your duty is done. I give you leave to wrap up the investigation on the officer's deck. My duty will be done when the threat is eliminated. I will brief the enforcers while you consult Choir Master Wise, Lord Captain. Huh. I need a drink. I'm gonna go grab some. I will be back in a couple minutes. Oh, probably closer to 5. No, I just need to go talk to the choir mates. but I'm still not exactly present. There we go. Now we need to go talk to Mr. Zachary Wise. Hey, Zachary. Yeah, caffeine. Hey, Zachary. Let's see, Zachary Wise. Choirmaster Wise turns towards you long before you reach him. Chill runs down your spine as if someone were watching you from inside your own being. You summon your will and drive out the unpleasant sensation. Choirmaster smiles sadly. You shroud your mind well, your lordship, and yet I can guess why you have come. With all due respect, I'm asking you to reconsider. So you would rather not take part in the search for mutineers? It is my wish to be useful to you, your lordship, but what you have come for will put the ship in peril. A ritual of this kind can and certainly will go the worst way possible. Your predecessor came to me with the same orders once. Nothing good came of it. Please believe me, Lord Captain, when I say a mountain of corpses was the least of the problems we faced that time. Let's see, many years ago, it was a time when Lady Theodora had become anxious. Perhaps the Lord Inquisitor's interest in her affairs adversely affected her, shall we say, trust in her own subjects. We were expecting a betrayal, and eventually her paranoia brought her to me. I performed the ritual, but the choir ceased to exist. I remember that day, Lord Captain. When we arrived at the chapel, there was blood and human remains everywhere. That was the least of the terrifying things we saw there. The Assyriani spent decades tempering their spirits before touching the veil. You lack the gift of time, yet you seek to harness powers that you are only too pleased. Or that are only too pleased with your ignorance. What is the nature of this ritual? It takes the entire choir's power to invade such a prodigious number of minds at once. I weave their voices into a chord and steer it into the murky sea of other people's souls. Together we read tens of thousands of thoughts, emotions, and intents, looking for the thing we need, where we are after, the seed of corruption you are interested in. Or are you so worried about the ritual? Lord Captain, do you know about the proverb about staring too long into the abyss? What you are asking for is tantamount to plunging the entire choir into that abyss. A ritual like that will require an incredible focus from each of its participants. It will take a single careless thought, a single glance in the wrong direction, for the way back to be lost. Human minds fusing into one another, vitrified organs inside still living bodies, perverse fantasies manifesting in the flesh. Nothing will stop the horrors of the warp from spreading all over the ship in the blink of an eye. And even if I agreed, it would be impossible. I would need a second powerful telepath as a defender to shield my mind. The last time, my best apprentice Adeline did that, but she is no longer with us. She was exceptionally talented, rivaling even myself. But now I know of only one psyker in the entire expanse who is her equal. But he is bound to the service of one of House Winterscale's planetary governors, and thus unavailable to us. Which makes your danger such a prize an impossibility. How bad was it? Worse than you can imagine, your lordship. I only took a fraction of a second lingering inside another mind for one of... It only took a fraction of a second lingering inside another mind for one of the astropaths to lose control of their own. The affliction spread down the chain like fire. No one was spared. The minds of my charges could not withstand the tension. Their consciousnesses were caught in a vortex of alien thoughts. The fortunate ones died at once, as for the rest. Argenta makes the sign of the Aquila. Protect the souls of the stricken and take them under your wing, that your faithful servants may find peace. How did you survive? I managed to send out a call for help and did my best to contain the phantoms on my own before Lady Theodora arrived. I was the only survivor of the entire choir. Your leadership allowed me to spend a month in a secluded cell upon whose floors and walls there were the most powerful protective hexagrams I knew. I was crushed. I was broken, and worst of all, I was afraid. Afraid of meeting the same fate as Adeline and my other apprentices. An astropath must never be afraid, your lordship. One who yields to fear dies and dooms those around him. How did you replenish the choir? Lady Theodora bombarded the the Adeptus Administratum for months with requests to provide her with a new astropathic choir. In the end, new voices did fill the chapel, but they were never told what happened to the previous choir. But they have inklings. They pray to the God Emperor, though they never find out the details of that tragedy. How is a ritual like that even possible? It is akin to heresy. It is not heresy, but it is indeed a dangerous tool that will only yield to a mighty hand. That time, things were going all too well. The choir was many-voiced like never before. Adeline and my other talented apprentices sounded louder than the rest of the astropaths in all the expanse. We were strong and confident enough to take a bold gamble, and we lost. I see. That is the harsh truth, your lordship. It must not be done. I am reluctant to risk my life for this ritual, and the search for the rebels has become quite tiresome as well. The lines on Weiss's brow disappear. Thank you, your lordship. This ritual may be your only chance of finding the mutineers, but is this plot so threatening as to risk dooming the entire vessel? I don't think so. Eternal strife and lurking enemies stole my home from me. Despite her efforts to hide it, you notice a slight tremble in the Lady Navigator's voice. If that ritual can uncover the threat, then we must act on it. Better to accept the imminent casualties as a necessary sacrifice and lose everything altogether. I'm not going to waste any more time or effort trying to find the mutineers. To the void with this investigation. I have enough to deal with as it is. Wise bows solemnly. As you will, your lordship. By your leave, I'll return to my duties.
This master-crafted patella ornament is not fit for a servitor.
I'm definitely not in the mood to deal with avoid incursions on the ship. Ugh. Hey. It's about time to get back to the Expanse. Also, I should see about... Oh! Fellstone has reached a new level of... stuff. Anyway, Lord Captain, the world of Fellstone has been upset by a conflict between the followers of the Order of the Hammer and the refugees from the Winterscale dynasty's domain. An argument broke out near the tomb of the renowned holy man Nicodemus Keefe, and the tomb was damaged in the fray. The pilgrims revering Keefe's rival, Philoppomenes Malpi, claimed Keefe to be a thief who had stolen the relics of St. Cognatius and violated the sacred mystery of his resting place to sate his greed. The Order of the Hammer is furious at the heretical statements, the desecration of Keefe's Keefe's burial site. Who are these two? What's the issue here? Saint Nicodemus Keefe is, or Nicomedes, is a missionary who arrived in the Expanse alongside the founders of the Order of the Hammer, offering them valuable guidance for colonizing Fellstone. He converted many worlds to the Imperial Creed, but his most famous feat was a search for the burial site of the legendary preacher, St. Cognatius, who conquered the Expanse thousands of years ago, leaving behind scores of relics. Keefe was able to track down some of the relics. The order was named after the power hammer of St. Cognatius, Piety's Charge. Philoppomenes of Malpi is a priest from Winterscale's realm. He preached the same name and the same times as Nicomedes Keefe, and denounced him for the false veneration of Saint Cognatius. He believed that Cognatius preached the incomprehensibility of the highest wisdom of the people, and that any attempts to learn it would only lead to heresy. He called the search for Saint Cognatius's burial site blasphemy, and the collection of relics looting and soliciting. In his opinion, the sacred objects should not be congregated in one place, but should find haven across many worlds. The relics are power, and their aggregation gives way to pride. What say my advisors? For a group who has just arrived in a foreign realm, the Malpians' conduct is insolent at best. Penance should be imposed on them. We will send them on a pilgrimage to find the relics of St. Cognatius and learn the ways of St. Keefe. In this way, they would be of use for returning the lost relics, and the Order of the Hammer would be satisfied with the just verdict. Argentus says, there was a similar theological dispute between the Fifth Ophelian Council and the conflict between, or at the Fifth Ophelian Council, and the conflict between the two cults was resolved with a sacred duel. 20 champions from each side came forward, both sides vowing to accept the victor's teachings if they lost. I propose to invoke the council's edict and settle the dispute in the same way. Abelard says, they believe their faith is superior, and let them prove it. Subject them to a severe test of faith. If they survive it, they will have proven their steadfastness. If the Order of the Hammer does not accept their arguments, it will be easier for them to recognize the newcomer's right to interpret the way of Saint Cognatius if they prove it with their own blood and pain. And Cabela says the Malpians have renounced the concept of possession. Their vows are true and similar to ours, but they lack humility and reverence for the dead. The blood-spun web could embrace their leaders. We could teach them. We could soothe the turmoil. Heinrich says, right. Let us send the most zealous ones on a repentant pilgrimage, retrieve the artifacts. Malpian preachers belong to the blood-spun web now. Bring them aboard. We should follow the edict of the Fifth Ophelian Council. One might decide whose beliefs are just. Let them bring forth their representatives and try to negotiate some form of coexistence. We shall allow the Malpians to prove the strength of their convictions through a severe test of faith. The Malpians display impressive zeal. I charge the Order of the Hammer to welcome 100 of the new arrivals into their ranks, let them learn one another's ways, and come to accept their distinct paths towards the reverence of Cognatius. Know it, Cabela. Malpian preachers belong to the Bloodspun Web now. Bring them aboard. Giving us the Blade Dancer's Greaves. On this day 4th, these people serve the Undying One. A grim and solemn procession of preachers came aboard and made a vocal renunciation of their former lives. Disturbed by the loss of their spiritual leaders, the refugees quieted down and no longer defied the Order of the Hammer. The Order of the Hammer thanked the Lord Captain for his protection and stayed true to the agreements between them. So, next we have Touched by Holiness. Thousand-Faced Relic, Bonfire of Righteousness, and Good Tidings. So, Touched by Holiness, Saint Cognatius left behind many treasures that are now coveted by powerful men and women. Perpetrator Incendia Corda possesses the shards of a priceless combat tool bearing the saint's fingerprints. Formerly claiming the relic via the Adeptus Administratum will be a bureaucratic war requiring influential allies and nothing short of an army of clerks and scribes. But if it is passed into the safekeeping of monks, and the Order of the Hammer will be a great triumph for the faithful. This will cost us 3 profit factor, but get us a extra prow shield strength, efficiency, some Drusium stuff. Thousand-faced relic. The monks demand a great work. Thousands of faithful with skin entirely covered in scars in the form of lines from scripture about Saint Cognatus. It would cost people, promethium, and chemicals, of which I have plenty. Biggest cost is going to be people. But it'll improve complacency and efficiency, give me extra dogmatic. Bonfires of Righteousness. Costing people promethium and fire to get the Infernical, or Infernical. Ooh. Only shoots into stream, armor penetration increased, but does not inflict the burning effect. That'll give me some profit factor. Blocks good tidings. Bonfires of Righteousness. On Fellstone, the faithful are brimming with fanatic zeal. Their faith commands them to exterminate the subhumans, the mutants, and the weak of faith in their midst, but they must travel to other worlds of the Protectorate to continue the holy cleansing. Creators of the blasphemous Xenos. Their creations, traces of heresies, and tomes of dangerous knowledge abound on the Coronis Expanse. The bonfire's flames consume the corruption. Give me some profit factor. Infernical, costing slightly less than people than the Thousand-Faced Relic. Or we could make use of some of our... Let's see, good tidings. The order... gain frequency of faith. All allies gain 3 times my dogmatic rank and critical hit chance. Quite nice. Some profit factor and complacency. The Order of the Hammer has a closely held and ambitious dream to erect a giant spire that will reach up to Fellstone's orbit. From there, a powerful Vox station will broadcast prayers and sermons to the entire planet, while the voice of an astropathic choir will carry the sacred words all across the Coronis Expanse. The good tidings will be heard throughout the Vox spectrum, rallying the Imperium's subjects. I think I'm going to go for that, because that's more profit factor, a little bit of complacency, which I don't think Fellstone has just yet. It's got security. That'll get me slowly scaling critical hit chance for everybody. It'll cost me stuff that I already have a whole lot of. Adamantine, like half my adamantine, that's fine. So yeah, let's get that moving. Oh, I can get multiple things going. Can I? No, I can't. Only one at a time. Janice is still making progress, but I can't do anything until it's done. I do have enough to make the Cradle of Kepri safe. Master-at-Arms reports a disturbance in the Foundry Bay. A certain Nemesite, an avenging figure beloved by Lower Deck Rebel, shot the commandant during a routine medical supply delivery, calling on the vessel's serfs to fight for a better life. The rebel immediately plundered the medical storehouses and proceeded to smash other supply stations, slaughtering officers as they went. Nemesite has escaped, and the situation on the deck is increasingly spinning out of control. The Master-at-Arms asks permission to apply the harshest possible treatment, not simply to restore order, but to avenge the dead Commandant, as well as the fallen officers. Details about the Commandant's murder Reason for the attack had to do with the widow of a respected foreman. She had delayed the queue by begging to be given medicine for her afflicted children, which the commandant refuses, given her request exceeded the expenditure quota. The widow persisted, and was given 10 lashes on the spot. That was when the Nemesite fired the fatal shot that set off a mutiny in the compartment. Fourth Nemesite to operate on lower decks for the past few years, despite previously were captured by enforcers, and each openly identified themselves as Nemesite. What's the name? Spartacus. They're all Spartacus. They'll continue to rally. Someone steps forward whenever they're feeling oppressed. Iconoclast. Comfort the exhausted people by giving them medicine and supplies. The unrest has subsided. While the serfs praise the rogue trader's generosity, the enforcers gloomily predict that the rebel will simply shed blood even more quickly and willingly the next time they find themselves lacking for something. And Lady Orselio was asking where she could find me. Send her to your study. You can expect her there shortly. Time for another talk with our dear navigator. Lord Captain, could you spare a moment to discuss a personal matter? Cassia's less than graceful moments betray her anxiety. She lowers her eyes slightly and fidgets with the satin handkerchief as she waits for your answer. I'm Lord Captain once again, I see. Surely you know that you may call me by my name? I may, but I will not. I would not overstep any boundaries around anyone, let alone the rogue trader himself. I will admit I am intrigued. What is this personal matter? I am rather embarrassed to ask you about something like this, but last I was here I noticed a curious tome on the shelves of your personal library. A rather heavy-looking tome bound in a worn gilded cover with the symbol of the Adeptus Ministorum on it. Martyrdom of Saint Visteria, I believe it was. Cassia waves her hand in the direction of the shelves, and the satin handkerchief slips out of her hands. Oh. Cassia takes a quiet breath of frustration, but it does not escape your notice that her ruby eyes are intently observing your reaction. Pick up the handkerchief, bring it to your lips, and return it to Cassia. No. Jump chain isn't really a place for gore. Anyway, the soft fabric tickles your lips, and this subtle scent envelops you like a thin veil. Cassia accepts the handkerchief with a nod of gratitude, and for the first time gives you a look filled with warmth and affection. Thank you, Lord Captain. I believe I should return to my chambers now. I could escort you. She graces with a half-hidden smile and swiftly leaves the study. I'm happy I replaced the last Lord Captain's portrait with my own. Look at this! I'm so tiny! Tiny little worm on a huge canvas. Anyway. No, crap. Well, I guess we're in the cradle of Kepri now. But no. I need to, chart courses. Only one. But it's also going to be cheap to make save. Anyway, into the cradle. Let's see what we can pick up from this destroyed ship. Flak armor, las pistol, auto pistol, nothing of interest. Ooh, getting us some Xenotech. And actually, I think I had a contract for that. Yeah. Shadow Dealings. And I need more Promethium before I can fulfill that contract. Archaeotech Mechanism Fragment. Surviving piece of an Archaeotech mechanism of unknown purpose. Discovered among the wreckage of an ancient Imperial vessel on one of the planets in the Cradle of Kepri. The rogue trader's crew stumbled upon the plundered remnants of an ancient Imperial vessel. An intricate component was discovered among the meager pickings that remained, and servants of the machine cult identified it as a piece of an archaeotech mechanism. Its purpose is unknown. A remarkable find. Hey! Nice pile of Promethium and a distress signal. Let's see what's down in this distress signal zone.
Such a peaceful scene. The likes of which I haven't seen in a long time. No bright flashes, no...
Two skeletons are lying in strange positions, as if one was either carrying or hugging the other and did not let go even in death. Their gear is badly damaged and decayed. Can I pass this awareness check to inspect them? Yes. There are three things worthy of note. Fragments of some sort of devices that both skeletons carried on their belts, some shiny trinkets, and the remains of the carried skeleton's bag, and an old portable cogitator in the other's bag. And we passed the tech use test. The cogitator has been exposed to the elements for decades or even centuries. It's a small miracle that we were able to extract a fragment of Vox recordings. Apparently lost communications. Scout 1, we're rich! Chaos, take me! Rich! Look out! Fly, for crying out loud! Spit it out! What have you found? Rich! Screw Footfall! The Expanse can go to the Orcs! We're out of here! Calixtus, here we come! Yeah, because with our record, Calixtus is definitely the place to go. What makes you think life's better there anyway? I want a house on some planet. A mansion! The lion statue at the entrance. It'll have a servitor with one job, dusting my lion statue. Lie, you idiot! You're still on a dangerous planet. Quit sending me your hollering, and get back here, or just tell me what you found already. Fly? Fly? You coming? I'm coming for you, dumbass. If you're not responding just to mess with me, you're dead meat. Zip the broken device. Rudimentary radar jammer. Not commonly utilized by pirates. And the trinkets. Clearly of Xenos origin, they are miscellaneous time-worn items that have no particular value. One can assume that they are petty trophies looted from several corpses.
A nice little stroll. Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
A bit of athletics.
Leaving the Lilithon is a difficult decision, but my path leads me onward, to search for my brothers and sisters. I will make any sacrifice to find them.
What is that in the trailer?
Do not think.
Yep.
They will bow before me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. It was a trap. You and then you on the other side. Let's see. Cassia, how good can... Should be able to reach a decent amount of those. Pascal, you go to clear out that one. Guess I'll be over here. Where's Abelard? There he is. Since you're already over there... problem is the traps. Argenta. Next fire is going to be that one. Oh, all of them. Let's see. Kick, concentrated fire.
I will bathe this battlefield in rush fury. I'll do it.
My bad.
I refuse. As the Emperor commands.
Unsurprising.
Doubt is for the weak.
I already got desperate measures, huh?
I'll do it.
Eh, sure. No, it's kick.
Damage to bulk.
My soul belongs to the Infinity Circuit.
Ow. Okay. I mean, first
I
off...
must. Thank you.
Oh, and of course you have to go through... Oh, I guess you're gonna
I
fucking
approach
explode.
the designated position.
Emperor, protect your daughter.
Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, I already got that down. Okay, contracts. A profit factor. Also, don't touch the transmitter.
Such a peaceful scene. The likes of which I haven't seen in a long time. No.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Activating tech familiar move.
Although the rites of the blood-spun web seem radical to me, I am glad to have such a fervent and devout warrior of the Emperor at our side.
Ancient remains.
I sense a peculiar resemblance between us. We were both raised by our houses, if you will. Raised for a glorious purpose.
Take some elder
Keep a
remains.
sharp eye.
And disable the mechanism. Please?
Error. Making adjustments.
Something hidden beneath the fake snowdrift, but you can't really tell what it is.
Heal! We need to move on.
Pay attention.
The machine god grants the insight.
Say, there's some kind of mechanism hidden there, but you managed to put it out of action.
I have traveled far darker paths.
There's a thing
I
over
sense
here.
something nearby.
Skeleton is a decayed tech priest robe, or in decayed tech priest robes, is missing its right leg, judging by what remains. The leg was hacked off. It seems the person was still alive when it happened, and they reached this spot by crawling rather than walking. The servo skull shows no signs of damage. It's hovered next to its master until its batteries died down.
Blessed be the road that we take.
I've uncovered most of problems. Nice and thorough. Two.
I will deliver furious retribution!
Yay, I only have to deal with 2, but my guys are also that much farther away. Oh, there's 5 turrets. 1, 2, yeah, 3 over there. Pascal can get some good cover there. Abelard there, I guess. Elliot, have you there? Cassia, you hold back.
Rejoice in battle!
Okay.
Faith
Fire.
without deeds is
Concentrated
worthless.
fire.
As the Emperor commands. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I am my Emperor!
Running shots. Okay, Elliot. Let's analyze the enemy.
I am
Perfect
not your
spot.
Xenos pet monkey.
In for an opening.
If it serves your cause.
And aim
This
shot.
tedium has been no weakness is hidden from my sight.
And then a free death response.
I am not your Xenos.
It will be done.
Abelard, brace for impact.
My place is at the fore.
Try to get in. Your discernment?
A soldier would have been
No.
disciplined for such a performance.
But that's okay.
At your beck and call.
Go ahead
Victory
and
is imminent.
And I guess kick it. Azathoul. Relocate the bird over here, see if you can't get a chance to finish off. I'm gonna get regeneration on Abelard, honestly. Invigorate yourself. Warp speed, Abelard. Get rid of the Emperor down. Cassia.
I am a navigator,
And get
not a
Argenta
servitor.
acting some more.
I'll do it.
Then go ahead and get toughness there.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Oh,
Isn't
you
this
can
a
finish
job
off
for the
that
second
turret.
fellow painted
Nice.
black?
Let's do obstruct vision there.
Now, do something!
And then life bait on Abelard, I suppose.
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
Pascal should be able to do some good stuff. First, let's relocate the servo skulls over there.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Yeah,
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running by their
analysis. Analyze the enemy.
vow is to serve.
Oh, that's your turn. Okay. Damn.
The enemies of the Emperor will
Let's
be
get some stuff
undone.
going on.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I will not. Doubt is for the weak.
Let's kick. Juliet. Continue. Doing stuff.
If I must. I am not your This tedium is
Sure.
beneath me.
Aimed.
High momentum.
Okay.
Indeed.
Endure.
It will be done.
Reckless strike to have a bit of fun here.
I will do my duty. Target well struck.
Nice. Kick.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
I'll fire to get another attack going.
It will be done.
Can only attract the attention of the one. Which is kind of sad. Can I get another
No matter the cost.
attack though?
A tactically sound
Start working
approach.
on the other one.
An exemplary strike. Victory is imminent. Free hair, sure hand. At your beck and call. Target well struck.
Damn.
I will do my duty.
Abelard is so good.
At
The
your beck
absolute
and call.
goat. Almost took out one of the turrets himself. Let's leave him there. Okay, I need to heal Pascal. A lot. Making sure he can get out of danger sooner rather than later. Cassia!
If I may,
You're not really going to be able to do much in terms of damage, that's fine. Actually, no, you can't. By holding it in your gaze.
I am a navigator, fly with grace at least. That is foolishness.
Gilead is too far away. You can give
Me?
Argenta another
If you
go at
insist,
it.
Lord Captain.
That was a waste. Alright. Pascal can finally get into something resembling cover.
Advancing.
Go there. See if you can't disarm trap.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Disarm.
Operation successful.
Get into range, and then go do precise attack.
All comprehends all.
Hopefully you'll be able to hit wherever with... Yes, you can. So,
Ability analysis successful.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
it is Argenta's turn. See if we can't finish that off. And I think just gonna do...
Fortune favors the swift. Hear you moving, no more.
And dispatch.
Fall, creatures!
Alright, turret's dealt with. Time to disarm these mines.
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey. My success was inevitable.
Yeah, there's some good sitting around.
I have learned much in my exile. Too hard for a simple monkey.
Inspect the wreckage.
A trivial task.
Shards of monofilament wire and plastic crystal cores.
My success was inevitable.
Basically, a bunch of Xeno artifacts. A skill! Pick that lock.
The machine god grants the insight.
Shuriken pistol. And some makeshift heavy Xeno mesh. Extra deflection against non-human enemies. Ooh. Is that gonna be good for who I think it's gonna be good for? Also, how the hell does Pascal not have any injuries? Oh, holy shit, that is a major upgrade for Abelard. Because that's like doubled his what was the... Yeah, doubled his deflection, giving him 20% more armor. He also has like an extra 2 deflection against non-human enemies and more wounds. Dear God. This man is a monster. Anyway. Inspect stuff, disarm traps.
Too hard for a simple monkey? I have learned much in my exile. A trivial task.
Yes. Loot those
My
turrets.
success was inevitable.
I guess I already got that one.
I'll guide your vessel and lead you on your way.
So I think all that's left is to examine the transmitter again. This unsettling structure, adorned by strange masks, vaguely resembles the antenna of a powerful transmitter. At its base, you see a cogitator and a few other devices. It seems that some part of the structure is buried underground. Investigate the entire structure with tech use, and succeed! You identify a number of elements in the structure. Long-range antenna of a design standard for Imperial colonies, the cogitator, the Eldari beacon, and half-dozen other devices of varied origin. They all have one thing in common. This tech is designed to transmit basic signals to neighboring space, the most common being requests for assistance and ship distress codes. So, someone loaded this miserable place with transmitters from various races in the hopes of that someone would land here and run into their welcoming committee. Clever. I saw a similar tactic used in my years in the Navy. True, in a war zone, you are usually on high alert. You don't just hair off after a lone distress signal, but in an isolated place like this, you expect the most likely scenario. Just a ship that had to make an emergency landing. It looks like plenty fell for it. But who would set such an indiscriminate trap? One intended to lure in Eldari and humans and anyone else. Who is an enemy to everyone and anything? We have a common enemy, an eternal enemy, one that devours all living things. Have we not already seen its servants on the Lelathan and everywhere else? I've seen it all my life, and I can tell you one thing. This trap would be a malevolent plan. Could be a malevolent plan by servants of chaos, or it could be a prank by some ward offspring of a wealthy lord, one whose parents failed to instill in him the barest speck of self-awareness. Right now, we don't have enough information to determine who did this. Right enough. Force access to the cogitator, and success! You managed to determine the cogitator, or penetrate the cogitator's defenses. Its function is rather simple. The program is designed to activate the transmitter once every 5 years and send out a ship distress signal into space. And now, Iconoclast blow up the structure. You set the charges carefully, and without a doubt, the structure will be destroyed with expert precision along with the underground part. Yay!
I beg your pardon?
That's all. Let's get out of here. That would require leaving the house. Which, I mean, I intend to do that, oh, right.
Unexpected
Ledge.
result.
I need no Farseer to guide my future.
There you go. Although I am planning to leave the house tonight to do some grocery shopping. How are the St. Pet's milkshakes anyway? It's like, I guess I could order some McDonald's. Let's see. The bridge is thrumming with the sounds of endless officer reports, the hum of ancient mechanisms, and the buzz of servo engines. Among the usual servants bustling to and fro, the Lord Captain notices a flash of flame-red hair. About Tree Fitty, huh? Then I guess they're a milkshake. I'm not particularly fond of mint, and I fear they may be mint. Elliot, you posed a question to me not long ago, Alentek, and now I'm here to present you with my answer. With fluid grace, Elliot emerges from the shadows of the captain's bridge. Her face seems to glow under the lumen light. Her expression seems more pensive than usual. You have my complete attention. Listen closely to my answer, Alentek. You may struggle to comprehend what it is, or what is to be said, being accustomed to reveling in your own might and skewing the world to suit yourself. It's your understanding not towards my words, but the sense that lies hidden in the shade of their sounds. Elliot half closes her eyes, her words unfurling slowly and melodically. You try to split the world into pieces, to fragment it, into light and dark, truth and lies, self and other. But I see the world as a single whole, and in it this lies simplicity and complexity. It is not enough simply to see the world and hear its voice, you must understand. Think of the Leviathan, the world on which our paths crossed. What is it truly? What is its essence? The Leviathan's magnificence comes not from the green of its vast forests, or from the depths of its water. Its beauty is in the word, the way it dances on the tongue. And even you, Alentek, can sense it. Try. Say the words slowly and delicately, casting aside all stray thoughts. Feel. Perhaps then you will see. Close your eyes, empty your mind, and speak the word. Leviathan. The world around you fades, and your perception instantly narrows, coming to a single point of focus on the tip of your tongue. Le. Your tongue delicately tickles the roof of your mouth, and the sound slips along your throat with incredible slickiness, warming as it goes like a fresh sip of fresh recaf. Lay. The tip of your tongue touches the same place again, and air softly rushes from your chest. The sound like the susurration of leaves as the wind weaves through a forest canopy. Fan. Your tongue taps your front teeth, and a gentle vibration spreads through your body, sending a shiver along your spine. Guarded interest gleams in Elliot's eyes when your gazes meet again. I think I'm beginning to understand. If your words are sincere, Alentek, then you are capable of seeing more than you do now. Instead of the lifeless clamor of monstrous mechanisms, the roar of the engines, and the discordant voices of your followers, I hear an attempt to silence. It arises in moments of spiritual serenity, and in that stillness we welcome witnesses to the transformations of our own inner world. Monkey lives pass so swiftly. You rush through them for the sake of a chosen goal, but thoughts of transience and loss frighten you, so you drive such thoughts away and drown yourself in the daily tumult. But it is from fleeting moments, which enter our lives and quickly vanish from them, that the soul's fortress grows. A moment's blooming, an hour's wilting, the splendor of each lies in its ephemerality. So too the memories of those who have left our side no longer walk the path with us. And in you, Alentek, I see much more than just another monkey. Your true essence lies in your will, which is capable of changing the world around you and within you. It lies in your ability to create and to understand your creation, and in your ability to destroy. It lies in what your kin's minds cannot grasp, and what their primitive sight cannot behold, but I can see it. Thank you for telling me how to see the world. And what do you make of it, Alantak? How differently do you see the world? See, I also see something greater in the world around me, something deeper than the outer guise of things. And what does that mean? Elliot asked, with all our attention focused on your words. I found myself especially drawn to imperfection and destruction. I see the suffering of those around me. I see the uniqueness of every creature and everything, and it pleases me. I can follow the line of your thoughts, Alantak. Every form, color, creature, and being possesses its own charm and capacity to stir our emotions. Millions of stars in the darkness, the inimitability of void crystals, the plethora of intelligent and primitive life forms that inhabit the galaxy. The world manifests itself in endless diversity, and in that lies true magnificence. Ugh, water. The Arlette says nothing for a time and silently watches you from under her half-lowered lids. Now that we have each shared our truth about this world, I'd like to know if your thoughts about me align with those of your kin, Alantak, or if you see me differently. Your appeal is unusual. It springs within, evoking disquiet, and a craving to know that which is hidden from my eyes. Elliot goes still and looks at you intently, as if seeing you for the first time. I see that there are many facets of your soul that I have not considered, Alantak. Interesting. I accept your answer and thank you for speaking with me. This is the first conversation on board this vessel, and has truly brought serenity and joy to my soul. Yay, we're making friends with the space elf. Anyway, how are our... So Janice still has some time to go. Nothing to really do there, so let's continue our scouting. Chart some routes. Okay, so this is a dead end, so we'll have to come through the Forgotten Twins, through the Nameless Star, Langren's Belt. An ice world, giving us more plasteel. Extracting and placed. A rocky world with a smuggler's cache, giving us a bunch of drugs and other stuff. And Grantis, giving us Abelard did. Do you know how many times this world has been traded back and forth between the Von Valencias and Winterscale dynasties? It's wasteless sense of thrones, if you ask me. Civilized world with some xenotech. Let's go talk to this unidentified Imperial void ship. An unknown ship hails you as soon as you are in its detection range. The ship, Scarlet Pursuer, helmed by Captain Demir Shani, has Footfall listed as its home port. The message hints transparently at a connection with the Cosbalica mission. The Voxmaster adds that the captain has a proposal for you. Listen to the proposal. Reward you for any information about burning world in the Cronus Expanse. Ask why you were looking for that information. The reply is courteous as it is vague. Scholarly curiosity and understudied. Upon hearing the message, Magos Pascal expresses a keen interest in burning worlds and asks the Lord Captain to take time on this issue to take this issue into consideration. Jay Hidori immediately declares Captain Shahi will never dash about the void of scholarly curiosity, only for suitably high return. We might want to look into these burning worlds ourselves. Rosarian makes no comment regarding the Casbelica mission, but is amazed that, for once, the esteemed Magos and Mr. Sidari are in passionate agreement on some. I'll let them know you have no current information on burning worlds, or are willing to sell any you may obtain in the future. You received the Scarlet Pursuer's projected itinerary, information on systems in which you can find it later. The Captain looks forward to meeting you again, acquiring information on burning worlds, should you possess it. Pretty sure I do have information on them. Well, that's that. So, can at least make it back to... Did I not visit System Speculo? Oh, got a couple trade factor. Lord Captain, an urgent report from the vessel's shrine. A group of unknown assailants has invaded his temple and plundered the incorruptible relics of your ancestors. Slaughtering devout Hypofactotum is among the casualties. Had Mr. Montag and Mr. Sauerberg not arrived in time, fortunately. Master Danrock survived, remains conscious, albeit in great pain. Implores your lordship to come to the temple and hear his confession. And so it comes to pass. Cabela's somber voice fills the broadcast. I performed a reading of his tarot after the morning watch siren, but the visions sent by the Undying One were too indistinct. I saw rivers of blood flowing towards the bones of the dead, and a blurred figure, laughing, treading upon the ashes of the fallen. It is now clear. The Undying One desires me to follow the figure's tracks. Thus, my hunt begins. And I have to take Cabela. Well, okay. Although I am going to have to level her up. In fact, everyone's got levels. So, Executioner. See if an enemy suffering from the Executioner's damage over time effects, bleeding, burning, and toxin at the same time. Anatomy expert. Maximum number of wounds depends on Medicaid instead of toughness. Yes. Carnival of Misery, AP increase. Very nice. More weapon skill. More weapon skill. While moving, all bleeding enemies leave a bloody trail on the ground, which remains for 1 round. Moving through these cells costs the Executioner 0 death in the air. Deep lacerations. Dance of Blood. Dance of Thorns. Parry their dodges and attack. It's all blood, lust, and blood stain. Just a flesh wound. Jinx. Vivisection. Bonus to Lorzinos. Tormenting Sprain. Sword of Distress. Enemy is suffering from damage over sickening pain. Over a single instance of damage from any of the wrecking weakness. Perfect anatomy. More armor would be nice. Maddening Flames. Exsanguination. Terrifying Strike. Reckless Abandon. Merciless Verdict. Gains bonuses to parameters for each creature in combat suffering from bleeding, burning, or toxin. And Exsanguination immediately inflicts bleeding on an ally of their choice, but the ally gains dodge. Let's go for Gift of Torment, I guess. Duration of negative effects inflicted by pain resonance increased by 1 round. Penalty to the corresponding resistance test increased to negative 37. And I think, yeah, Medicaid for you. You're not even equipped with anything. Oh yeah, I want to just put that bolter casing on Argenta. Anyway. Descending order. I guess I can give you the Von Valencia's cloak, as even though it's not going to be too helpful for you. Yep. For the Raining Blood and Blood File. Movement. I already have gloves. I guess correct. Don't need any of that stuff. Armor. You don't need shield. Carapace isn't gonna work for you. Actually, why don't I take the Spinner's Ritual Vestments off of you? 30 Headhunters like Carapace. That'll do. And give that back to you. 5, 15. $30. The rest are going to be medium. Hotshot las pistol, huh? Neat. Now then, you want swords. Doesn't have an area attack. I think you're built for dual stuff, Forced Repentance, Executioner, Origin Talents, Blood Rush, Dance Partners, yeah, 2 swords equipped. So Spinners play 8 to 10, 8 to 13, 7 to 12. Yeah, you don't want Silent Verdict, you don't want two-handed. How about I give you an Officer's Chainsword and a Spinner Blade for the parry and parry reduction. And that's basically you. Oh, and make sure you have some medical stuff on hand. I guess onslaught. No. Those little temporary wounds increase melee damage by that same amount for 1 round. That could actually be really good. Reduced willpower in exchange for strength and weapon skill. 2 turns. I'll just give you stims. Let you get in. Okay. Sacred Commerce. Held in my gaze. Bloody Mark. But no. Blood Ogre, enemy is damaged. Take additional damage from other sources of epic flow. Enemy is affected by Navigator's power. Reduced enemy is moved by the Navigator power. Suffer 4 damage. Stable routes. Yeah, let's get stable routes on you. Calculated relations, maybe? Make you better for persuasion, coercion, commerce. Don't think I have anything specific for... Like, I'm not using plasma and melt with you. Over to hide. Autonomous medkit, further arms, cohesion, emergency stimulation, master's patronage, enhanced augmetics, rites of calibration, safe shelter, overseeing their allies, protected by partial cover, self-learning algorithms, side by side, symbiosis, unseen support. Skirmish protocols. The weapon, chain weapon. Got mastered. Dual weapon combat. Dueling mastery. Rebel building. Good dare. Have a proficiency. Will not die. Nimble, maybe? Manipulator push. Why not? And Argenta. You are our demolitions gal. Broad expertise. During combat, the Archmilitant gains weapon skill and ballistic skill until the end of combat. Well, it's a critical versatility, dependable, preferred targets. The Archmilitant attacks targets that have their dodge reduced by any effects applied by the Archmilitant's allies. They enjoy improved critical chance. The Archmilitant attacks allies that have their parry reduced. Same deal. Adaptability. Arms Master. Killing an enemy with a melee attack makes their... We take orders every round. The first single target ability used by an ally on the Archmilitant gives an extra point to that ally. Oh. Close quarters training can use two-hand open range within melee range at a penalty. That, yeah, actually, because she doesn't currently have anything but the kick for dealing with People getting up in her face. Or our athletics man. Do I need anything else for you? Charge, Promethium. You don't need shield, mastery. I want you to be parrying, but I guess extra dodge would be nice. Stentorian voice, get to cover, strong together. Doing my part. Martial art. Target of kick must pass a toughness resistance test at penalty or fall prone. Oh, and that could also make... Oh, it does. Does she have heavy gunner? Can I even give that to her? Breaking point, close quarters, training. Anyway, I want to get martial arts for kick. Focal point, plus 15 damage against targets that have priority target. Flash fire, wildfire is reduced by 1 AP for every 3 stacks instead of 4. That would also be nice. Distract. You don't really do burst or melee area attacks. Dismantle. Discipline. And then Ezethul. What are we doing? Impure Force. 10 warp damage to each enemy Cyber Raven passes. That could be nice. Really kickback if I want to start firing more. Blade of Line, Force Reality, Inscribed Soul. Scared Threat. Eternal Glory, Hymns of Hatred. I think I'm gonna invest in the Familiar. Impure Force, that'll do a bit more damage. Generous, tell me your secrets. Master at Arms, barking orders. Confessor Adelbart is murmuring a prayer, and the Infernus Master is circling a chap with keen eyes, watching for a threat. Cabela quickly sweeps her gaze over the destruction before focusing on the bloody footprints that stretch from the ruins of the reliquary. The high factotum's velvet coat is streaked with blood, and Generous himself is deathly pale. The Medicae officer is working on the black gunshot wound in his chest, and Generous grunts faintly with every touch. He focuses his eyes on you with tremendous effort. Forgive me for not greeting your lordship with the bow. I must tell you, Nemesis has stolen the great relic. Generous, what happened here? Serfs in red head scarves burst into the chapel and started shooting. Their leader made for the relic. The remains of the honorable rope traders brought here from the mutant sullied crypt. And when I realized the sacred ashes of your ancestors were about to fall into the filthy hands of a heretic, one intent on desecrating a glorious dynasty. No, that could not be allowed to happen. I blocked his path. Generous briefly closes his eyes, gathering his strength. The bastard allowed himself a few violent insults against me, which I am obliged to admit, but I did not give in to provocation. I was able to buy myself some time. Then the so-called Nemesis started reviling the customs of the ship, berating its officers and enforcers, before insulting the very name of your lordship yourself. I threw my glove in his face and abandoned a duel, but the honorless villain just shot me. He laughed at me. Depraved creature. He winces, either from the new burst of pain, or from the memory of the humiliation he so recently endured. And then he committed sacrilege by stealing the relic and shattering the sarcophagus. Forgive me, your lordship. I have failed to preserve your ancestors. Inspect the empty altar behind him. The reliquary has been brutally smashed, and the bed on which the sacred ashes of past rogue traders and their servants once rested is now empty. How exactly did he insult me? I beg forgiveness, your lordship. I dare not repeat the slander. Why did you wish to see me so urgently? I had to apologize to you. I had to repent. Yeah, he grimaces bitterly. For many years I did my best to serve the dynasty, but at their most crucial hour, I failed. Shame scorches my pathetic, cowardly heart, your lordship. I had to tell you how deeply remorseful I am. Hold on, Janus, I will not let you die here. Proud to serve the dynasty. Janus's thoughts are becoming muddled. The papers, your lordship. Have the clerk double-check the freight bills. I do not have time to get the seals. My will is in the left-hand drawer. How badly is the High Factotum wounded? He's losing a lot of blood. The Medicae casts a worried look at you. I advise you to hurry. Master Danarok should be on the carriage and stable as soon as possible. I'm holding on, your lordship. Worry not. What matters now is that you recover the relic. The Factotum groans as the Medicae officer pulls the blood-soaked bandages aside and shakes his head dolefully. Some miracle preserved Master Danarok's life long enough that he might address you. His fate now rests in the hands of the Emperor. May he show mercy on this selfless man. Heinrich, did you see the attack? I did not. I was on my way to offer a prayer when I heard gunfire and ran as fast as I could. When I got here, I saw Master Danarok, and I think the next thing I did was just press his wound and spout curses. Heinrich looks at you, his bloodied hands in confusion. So much for being a heroic repairman. I wasn't much use, was I? Damn you, Jocasta. How did the renegades manage to sneak all the way to the upper decks? Sarback muttered through clenched teeth. They had help. We have discovered the hidden corpses of several chapel attendants. The traitors took their clothes and led Nemesis and his accomplices straight past the patrols. Confessor Adalbert shakes his head. They were good people, pious people. They never slighted a serf in their lives. Why punish them? His face grows darker. I swear that these innocents will be avenged. May the Emperor be my witness. Nemesis? Just yet another spin on that old wives' tale? This old wives' tale was blessed with amazing corporeality. Whoever the bastard in the red scarf was, he went by that name and spoke very impertinently of your lordship. He dared to mock your generosity and sneeringly thanked you for the supplies you used to pacify the serfs of the Foundry Bay. The scoundrel boasted that his fighters have made good use of the gifts. It's another arrogant rebel wrapping himself in a crimson rag and wreaking havoc for the adoration of the commoners. Not this time. No one has ever dared to raid the upper decks before. Never in the ship's history has the fury of the rebel been so blind and fierce. I will strangle this Nemesis with my own two hands. May the Emperor protect your Factotum's eyes roll back as his enormous frame gives a convulsive shudder. Apologies, your lordship. We are taking Master Danarok away. He is unable to tell you anything more present. Every second of delay could cost him his life. The Medicae officer snatches a syringe of stimulant and speaks decisively. Heinrich watches the limp body of the Factotum get carried away and chews grimly on the low stick that has appeared between his teeth. So, what do we have so far? Master Danarok is on his deathbed. All the attackers are either dead or have absconded along with the sacred relic, and the witnesses all agree on this one thing. Nemesis and his accomplices came out of nowhere and struck suddenly. Only the throne knows where we can find those bastards now. We will find them. Sarabak's voice is full of terrible fury. We'll turn this vessel inside out if we must. There's nowhere even a void rat can... There is no need. The blood whisper will lead us to Nemesis. The Cabela's words make the two exchange puzzled glances. The blood's whisper? Did you perform another divination? Yes and no. Mr. Rowe guided me here and told me the evil that lurked in the shrine. But beyond that, the bloody path carelessly tread by the raiders will reveal the truth. With all due respect, Spinner, the enforcers have already questioned all the witnesses and compiled an extensive list of evidence, none of which tells us anything about how or where the troublemaker calling himself Nemesis might have escaped to. Cabela, tell us everything you know. Cabela sharply turns to face the crimson splashes on the floor and walls of the shrine. Her pupils dilate, threatening to drown her irises in darkness. Her expression turns distant, her voice becoming low and strange. This blood is drawn on a pattern of retribution. The one who spilt it appeared later. They moved swiftly and furiously, numb to their wounds. An enforcer who was drawn to the gunfire and witnessed the sacrilege, perhaps. As for this pattern, Gibilla points to a barely visible chain of scarlet droplets. It was made in fury and desperation. The one who left it was wounded, but they did not flee. They fought back while they could, and then they retreated into the darkness. Cabella's eyes close, and she falls silent. The genie exhales sharply and points a steel claw into the darkness of the maintenance tunnels hidden within the walls of the shrine. If the attackers have escaped through the maintenance tunnels, we could send in the forces after them. Technical corridors extend hundreds of meters in different directions. Nemesis and his men must be familiar with the tunnels and possess either a map or a guide. Without a clear trail, the enforcers risk getting lost and wasting valuable time, not to mention the fact that the narrow tunnels are perfect for an ambush. So we still have no idea where to find Nemesis. The tunnels only answer the question of how he left. Now death will tell us where he was heading. As if in a trance, Cabela leans over her body and peers into its eyes. He stinks of smoke of singed coveralls, while low sticks, burnt sacred unguents, and charred meat. She slides a pale man along the dead man's skin and snakes under the sleeve of his coveralls, which she pushes back to reveal a fresh burn, bandaged with a torn scrap of shirt. Her steel claws dig into the dead man's arm. Your wound holds the answer. You rested carefully, not inside the shrine, before that. Something struck you, ripped the tissue apart, burned you, turned your hand into a worthless lump. It's not fire, no. Drawing a ragged breath, Cabela opens her eyes. The fury of the conductive charge. It has marked you, heretic. I recognize your wound, for I myself have encountered it on those I take to the other side within the plasma drive chambers. Sarbeck, gather the enforcers. We will follow the Nemesite's trail. No, Dominazador. You must stay. You're the one that Nemesite has challenged, and those we hunt know you by sight. You will frighten away the prey, and will lose the trail until the next tragedy occurs. Cabela's unthinking gaze meets your own. So what do you suggest we do, Cabela? I will go to the plasma drive chambers alone. I will track down the false champion and all who serve him. I will prepare the grounds for your own hunt. Out of the question. An enforcer's squad would certainly scare off the vermin, but I am not letting you go alone, servant of death. You and I will go to the chambers together, and together we will bring down all who dare to insult the Lord Captain. I'm going too. I have a couple of good friends in the plasma drive chambers, the nosy kind who know everything about everyone. Convincing them shouldn't be difficult, especially if I pull a few favors. It'll be the three of us then. What a company! Enric's grim laughter echoes across the shrine. There's an awkward pause. Cabela takes a long look at the officers' faces, finally nodding her assent. So be it, but not like this. Much like your faces, your guises are too conspicuous. Cabela's right. It would be prudent to use a disguise. The enforcers will procure regular work clothes for us. We will carry only inconspicuous weapons that we can hide easily in our tool bags. It will help us blend in with the crowd. Before I depart to hunt for Nemesis, I ask the domain to bless me. I pledge never to leave your side, yet the hunt demands that I do just that. Grant me this permission by performing the ritual of twinning. Twining? Cabela nods towards the altar. When your people have taken their leave, under the gaze of the Undying One, we will begin the rite. What is the ceremony? The rite of blessing for the sacred hunt. With it, the domain casts their shadow over the path of carnage. Under your benediction, I will strike harder and tread more softly. Very well, let the ceremony commence. With your permission, Lord Captain, the Infernus Master and I will take our leave now and set up to prepare for the descent into the chambers. We dare not intrude, your lordship. Sit down now, Dominazadul, and listen. Let the ceremony of twining begin. Using a finely honed blade, Cabela carves an intricate symbol into the floor. She then produces a small bundle wrapped in incense-laden parchment and sets it alight. You are my domain, I am your blade, and I am honed by your blessing. My arms are strong, while your will is strong. As long as the Undying One hears your prayers, my feet will go unheard. Her blade kisses her palm, and dark blood begins to trickle and spread over the bottom of the ritual cup that has just now appeared in her hands. With our blood and with our will, we shall spin the scarlet web, the symbol of the hunt. May it herald our praised demise. Cabela puts the dagger into your hand, and you suddenly feel how heavy your eyelids have become. Your heartbeat slows inside your chest, or words linger, and then rush through your mind in a deluge. The heavy scent of incense envelops you and makes your head spin. Make a small cut on your palm. The pain gives way to a burning sensation as Cabela grasps your hand and squeezes it over the ritual cup. But this new discomfort is quickly replaced again, this time with a dull numbness and the faint warmth of blood flowing from your open wound. The twining is the blood oath I have made to my lord. Cabela dips her fingers in the spilt blood and traces a symbol, first on her own forehead and then on yours. It appears to resemble a blade that is cutting through an intricate knot. Anoint me with your blessing, Domain Azathoul, and may the ceremony of twining commence. Cabela's face blurs before your eyes. No matter how hard you try to focus and dispel the vision, in place of her face, you see a death mask, a broken skull with hollow eye sockets. I bestow my... Let's see, may your fury and resolve be unshakable. One who follows the thread of the web fights not out of rage, but with a mind as cold as stone. Nevertheless, rage can be a potent weapon in the hands of a punisher. I understand, Domain Azathoul. I accept your blessing. Cabela thinks for a moment. Your body cannot accompany us on this chase, Domain, but your spirit. There's nothing the spirit cannot do. The twining is complete. You and I are now bound by the blood oath. Think of me while I hunt, as I think of you. Become a thought flowing through my mind. If the Undying One is gracious to us, he will send you dreams, and in those dreams you will see me. If he is more gracious still, those dreams will be truthful. I trust you, Cabela. Let us begin. Perceive a faint smile from beneath the death mask. Cabela's hands you the cup and begins tracing her fingers around the bottom while whispering a prayer. Watch now, Domain Azathoul. What does thy seeing eye behold in the converging patterns of blood? She draws your attention to the symbols she has inscribed. You see shifting images in the blood, a spider crafting a fine web, blurred shadows that could resemble either a swarm of void rats or an enraged hound, crossed blades, a card of the Emperor's Tarot. But as soon as your gaze lingers on any of them, reality bleeds through the fluid shapes. See. Soon your spirit will be able to follow me. I'll bid the servants to carry your body to your chambers, where you will not be disturbed. Wait in silence and safety. For me, the hunt has begun. Cabela's footsteps fade away, melting into the same impenetrable darkness in which your consciousness is extinguished. Plasma Drive Chambers. So, I wonder how this is going to be handled. A stale air, oppressive noise, the hum and whir of machinery drowning out all thoughts. This place rings with tension. Is it the powerful energy coursing through the cables? Or have the wails of the workers merged into a cacophony of indignant whispers and desperate prayers? Lost, mired in petty troubles, unmindful of duties, their voices creak as if covered in rust, and their eyes are dimmed by the endless drudgery and lack of light here on the working decks of the Domain's great ark. I have seen it before. In these murky depths, people will become creatures all too ready to devour each other for worldly gains, fleeting pleasures, or imaginary freedom from obligation born from the abyss of spiritual emptiness. The Undying One punishes them through me. Disgusting mutations, abominations, reflections of fights are born in these shadows. I will be their doom. The thread shakes, the web is taut. I step silently, may the great hunt begin. The thread shakes, the quarry always leaves a trail. I may not see it, but we can feel it. I taste the air, the scent of fresh dye with a subtle note of sparks. This is new, pleasant. The upper decks reek of luxury, but here I feel comfortable. There's something else. This is it. I recognize the smell. Pungent, low, and burnt meat, just like inside the shrine. The time has come to spin the scarlet web. The web is taut, know the hunting ground. To find the enemy, I must listen. Inhale, exhale, inhale. The rhythmic beat of engines and pumps, that is the ship's breathing. That is the ship's heartbeat. Is it strange that I feel at home among the workers of the lower decks who pass their time with the living dead? Warmth spreads through my chest. I like to think that it is the connection which the Undying One bound my and the domain's fates together. He has blessed us, and we hunt as one. I step silently. Darkness is our ally, merge with the shadows. In the twilight of the chamber, barely illuminated by flickering candlelight, I become like them, the lost mired servants. They will become unwitting allies in my hunts. Their hopelessness, their desperation, their thirst for survival will become tools for my use. Where is the second spinner? We were supposed to meet here. You know that feeling when you're being stared at, but you can't tell who by or where from? I have that feeling right now. Footsteps, two are coming, towards me. Familiar gates. Those are the domain's servants. I would not be surprised if the cultists set out on the trail of an emissary alone. Spinners are arrogant. We're just another soul to them, a gift to offer death. Steel Mistress's voice is hard and cold, like her will. I can see in her eyes that she dislikes me. She is wary, and so she should be, for we serve the domain, but not one another. Does this remind you of anyone at all, Jocasta? This man is enamored with fire. Even his words are full of biting flames, and he himself plays with fire, too much so. They bicker again, their mutual animosity may disrupt the hunt. Examine the Steel Mistress and the Flaming Voice. The lay people, the two are now scarcely distinguishable from common serfs. In a world where status and privilege are defined by appearance, a single piece of rotten cloth is enough to lower your standing. We will become spectral hounds and follow the trail without drawing attention. Step forward, I am here. There she is! Welcome to the Plasma Drive Chambers, esteemed Holy Assassin. You can exchange pleasantries later. Lieutenant Gutierrez is on duty in this compartment. I've ordered her to gather information on all the workers who wear red scarves and who have recently left the bay. This is pointless. The red scarf is not proof of guilt, it is a symbol. It could be a trap. I need to find her. I will watch the Enforcer and those who are watching her in turn. Your Enforcer knows nothing about life in this compartment, I guarantee it. I have a better source of information. A good friend of mine who knows a lot about delicate matters. It would be easy to get him to talk. He's terrified of pain and death. Only the faithless fear death. I will not trust him. Let him trust me so that his trust may become a snare for my hunt. I cut them off with a gesture. Their methods of hunting are not mine, but I take the grain of truth from their words and weave it into my plan. We need to provoke them into making a move. Let's see. Instill a false sense of impunity. Convince them that they can and must act now. The Enforcer who answers to Steel Mistress is a symbol of order and obedience in these chambers. She is standing in the way. When she disappears, my enemies will believe it is safe to strike, and they will make a costly mistake. Intimidate them with impending threat. The Flaming Voice relies on a talker, one who keeps no secrets and fears pain. But an unreliable vessel is bad for holding secrets, but good for spilling them. Through him, I will whisper lies to the enemy, strike out the spark that will ignite the flame. I feel them lurking in the crowd, my enemies. They are cautious. I must find them and let them believe their luck. Then they will shed their masks, and I will take them down. They look at me in silence. They do not understand yet. That matters little. I am on the hunt. I don't know why you're here, but I hope it's not to take me away. Or to the Omnissiah, giver of knowledge. Whip. An old burn spread across her body in a scarlet blotch. A look of contempt, a heavy baton, covered in blood and symbolizing boundless power. Like a fierce leather whip, she lashes with both her hands and her gaze. What are you looking at, you beggars? You finish your shift, you go to the barracks, you start your shift, you check in with the foreman and get to work before Matilda comes to pat you on the back. And Matilda, I presume, is that wonderful, not at all intimidating baton on your belt? I guess her disguise is working, but I would rather not spend the next few watches in the med bay because of a misunderstanding. His breathing is quickened. Flaming Voice always makes jests when he is nervous or irritated. Do Enforcers infuriate him? For Furnace Master. Master at Arms? Apologies for not recognizing you, ma'am. Go to Yerda. We are conducting an inquest. Answer the spinner's questions, and I hope your report will be useful. Whip, what can your scars reveal to me? Day after day, she watches the serfs labor away, exhausting their last vestiges of strength. There's no compassion in her eyes. They're simply a resource she is commanded to use and then discard. She hates them because she blames them for her pain and her wounds. Nothing is unimportant during the hunt. Tell me what you know, and I will listen. A group of workers wearing red scarves were seen in the compartment just after the attack on the shrine. The foreman stated that they were at work on the freight line. No gunpowder on their clothes, no fresh wounds. Too many of them have started wearing red masks, and it muddies the trail. But we also found some red scarves and bloody rags in one of the shredders almost shortly afterwards. We sealed off the exits and reduced the air supply to the maintenance tunnels to the absolute minimum. Now you can't stand there longer than a few minutes without passing out. There's no way the bastards could have left the plasma chambers. They're definitely in here somewhere. Like snakes, the servants of Nemesis have shed their skin. The red scarf is just a distraction. Let the enforcers converse. I will keep an eye on those around us. The workers hide their eyes, but I can hear the murmurs echoing through the bay. There's an impotent rage in their hearts directed at Whip, for she is the embodiment of the very order they despise. But why do they not realize that the enforcer is a shield as much as a lash? Some of the people I escorted to the other side look at me the same way. In the past, I did not understand, but now? Did the lay people see spinners performing their duties to the Undying One, or enforcers performing theirs to the domain as monsters? Do I sense the touch of his will? The Undying Emperor wishes to bestow a revelation upon me in this trying hour. Let his Tarot show me the way. I breathe in the essence made from the ashes and blood of the faithful. It enlightens the mind and grants it the grace of reading his signs. A wave of epiphany sweeps my thoughts, pulling me into a blessed trance. My fingers move of their own accord over the sacred deck and draw a card. It is the Martyr. I see a tear of blood washed over the pale features of the image, and they shift, becoming Whip's face. A portrait from him. The Undying One wishes me to take Whip. The minions of Nemesis fear her. When her soul is delivered to the Undying One, the traitors will feel invulnerable. They will crawl out of their holes and fall into my web. I know how Whip's thread will end. I cannot sever Whip's thread with a blade, for the serf will recognize me as one of the spinners and lose all courage. But the spark of the machine spirits and the plasma drive chambers have already claimed the lives of many. I will use this, and thus the web will be spun.
The web beckons.
Oh, there's a little bit of loot over there. And more loot over here. Check down that, Actor attendant. Miscellaneous goods.
Follow my steps.
Prayers. Become a shadow and heed the voice of the crowd. The lay people have huddled together like a herd being chased by predators. Faded gazes, bent backs, the crimson kisses of batons on their bodies, and yet shadows of smiles touch their dirty, burnt lips as a pair, like hammer and anvil, send sparks into the air with their words. What are these two talking about, hammer and anvil? Hammer, and then the lover smacked you right in the kisser? Give or take a tooth, this is nothing. Bruises, burns, cuts, that's just life. Just remind yourself how you come home after your shift, having exchanged your ration card for a bowl of soup. Have your little ones gulp that bowl down, how they fall asleep and feel a little better. I say that's worth a hard day's work, and a punch in the face. Smiles, broad-shouldered, with a rusty beard. He's not afraid to share laughter with others, and so the crimson shades from the beatings never leave his face. His voice is bright, sonors, and listened to. Not everyone here is as chipper and thick-skinned as you. A bowl of soup is great, he says. But about having to choose which of your 3 kids gets it. Is that great too? Beatings are nothing, he says. Remember when the enforcers broke your arm? Since you couldn't work, your wife had to pull 3 shifts. She collapsed at the lathe, and the conductive charge burned out her eyes. None of us deserve that. Tough and unyielding. Every word hurts, but she is forgiven for her sincerity. They listened to her to pull themselves together, to share their common pain. We'll come back later. My hunt has just begun. Stain. Long time no see, Spindle. Tell me, what does silence taste like? Are they using a secret code? That flaming voice, it would never even speak to me. Everybody knows silence doesn't taste like anything. If you want to earn your rations, you better start dealing in words. He speaks casually, but his voice is slimy and slippery. His eyes are as dirty as an oil-stained garment. The impudence in his gaze and words when he turns them to us. He is unclean and he knows it. He is unrepentant. That's a funny look, Heinrich. You have funny-looking company. Are you here to sell or to buy? Before you answer, remember the first rule, every word has a price. We're bargaining for information with this lowlife now. It is the duty of every serf to aid the rogue trader and his associates, freely and willingly. Oh boy, here it comes. Who's that with you? An enforcer? A spinner! Do you want me dead? If anyone sees me talking to you, they'll snap my neck. So off you go. The peddler of words is trembling in fear for his life. I must extract answers from him. By what means? The quelling stimulant on the needle's tip will loosen Stain's tongue. What is this feeling so calm? Fine, ask whatever you want, then leave. Your reputation cost me a lot of blood, and I didn't earn it to have it trampled into the dust because of you people. One glance is enough for me to see your true self, Stain. You are a liar and a manipulator, peddling others' secrets and not knowing how to keep your mouth shut. You'll become the bait, sowing confusion among the minions of Nemesite who hope to wait out the lockdown. They think they have enough time? I will deprive them of that confidence. Where do things stand in the plasma drives? Chambers. Speak briefly, speak sense. There's a bunch of workers in the far corner who now gather between every shift, whispering to each other. They don't invite me. They say I talk too much. Well, if they're scared of my tongue, that means they have something to hide. And of course, everyone's talking about Nemesite. Sure, the founder and the chapel were big, but he's been helping people all over. A lot of folks are sticking with him now. You can knock my teeth out if I'm lying. Don't got too many of those left anyhow. I'll tell you this, if someone finds him, they won't rat him out. Set the snare. There'll be a raid soon. Be careful. I warn you in appreciation for your cooperative nature. What are you? This information was not meant for his ears. Really? I see. Well, if that's all you wanted, then I can go. Can I go now? Go, Stain, and be my herald. It's difficult to admit, but I do share the Master-at-Arms' indignation. We came here to get information about the traitors and to reveal our secrets. When the renegades hear the coming retribution, it will make them nervous, prone to mistakes, likely to give themselves away. But for them to take the bait, it must be compelling. Yes, I see.
Another step, another thread.
Grab a shadow and heed the voice of the crowd once again. See if anyone has fallen into my web. Did you hear what happened? Nemesite didn't stop at that foundry business. He's been roaming the upper decks too. See, he went to the vessel's shrine and shot some nobles. Then he fled down into the chambers, so now a punitive squad is on its way. Prepare your backs, this is gonna hurt. The frightened herd sways, humming with whispers. The fires of anxiety flicker, careless, suggestible people.
No sleep, no rest, only duty, only death.
I guess now I go talk to the marshal. Where'd you go? A reservoir of technical fluid. If it leaks, the power of the conductive charge will spread imperceptibly across the floor. Cable thrumming with power. Time to carry out the will of the Undying One. Wait, observe, prepare. She sees you. The moment has not come yet. Okay, I have to do this relatively timed. There goes whip.
Follow the threads.
She comes again. Up. So are you just gonna... Oh. And back down she goes. Seriously. Still a sense of impunity by removing deck enforcer. Corey must not see the trap being laid. Here we go. Okay. It's not a matter of timing, it's a matter of doing it when she's not looking. Lord Heresy to your commissar. Come on back, Whip. She just drops dead.
My visions showed this path.
Hey, I guess
and many others.
A free shock baton. Oh, nice. And then now we go to the crowd. Become a shadow and heed the voice. See a lot of... Have all taken off your red scarves. No longer feel like playing a Nemesis, do you? Plan appears to have worked, Spinner. The air itself is charged with something. It's not the conductive charge. The serfs. They're stirring. So listen to the rapid beating of hearts. The people are frightened, angry. They feel the impunity that's spread like a weed upon Whip's demise. They feel the threat crushing them from the upper decks, both imminent and inevitable. What are those two talking about? Hammer and anvil. You can hear their whispers, insidious and deafening. No longer do they lie for the others. No longer do they pretend. The Enforcer is dead, and the Punishers from the upper decks will soon follow Nemesis' trail. This is our chance. We need to act. This is it. I can sense that the prey is close. They have little fear of giving themselves away anymore. They need a spark to ignite the flames. That's something that will convince Nemesis' followers that they are strong and that the domain's servants are diminished. Wait for the right moment, and then light the spark. They tell us this is how it's meant to be, just because they were born in the upper decks and we down below in the darkness. Is this really the God Emperor's will, that they grow fat on the fruits of our labors? Revel in luxury while we die without water or medicine? Hammer's voice rumbles, and white people listen. Their hands clench into fists. No matter how hard you work, they'll wring everything out of you and give you nothing. Who allowed this to happen? The rogue trader, his name be damned? A Grox on the throne? A tyrant throwing our bones at the furnace for his protectorate? Shut your mouth, foul void dog. Flaming voice, no, it's too soon. I understand your anger, but you must temper it. What did you say about the Lord Captain? The one who gives you work, food, and shelter? And some deadbeats? And see why you have gathered here, and I will not let you start another rebellion. You're reaching for your Voxcaster. If you do not disperse, I will give the order to vent the plasma chambers. You have 5 seconds. 4. Tyrant's lackey. If you do this, you'll die with us, you madman. To protect the Lord Captain and the crew? I see you've never met an Infernus before. Their faces are twisted with fear. Will they retreat? Will they flee? Will the hunt be thwarted? No. A small blade flies out of my palm and draws a scarlet line across the anvil's neck. If I had wished it, she would be dead, but she continues to breathe and to bleed. And to scream furiously as she looks at me. The Road Trader's assassins are here! Look! They wanted to kill me! Find the assassins! The spark is lit. The lay people press in from all sides, pushing and shoving. Their faces are ablaze with terror and rage, and a violent energy boils through the mass of bodies. This power will be difficult to contain. The frightened people are dangerous people. The hunt was meant to go differently, but such is the Undying One's will. One voice rises above the others, the voice of a burly, bearded technoman, low as the roar of a furnace. The furnace smells of sweat and sacred unguents. He is not afraid, he merely pretends to be. Beneath the shudder of terror, I hear excitement. Do we deserve to be executed, my brothers and sisters? Have we not labored with the sweat of our brow? Have we not perished from the outbursts of raging machine spirits? Why do they call us rebels? Why are we being punished? Furnace's words make the crowd seethe even more. Let's take a closer look at Furnace. Strong, heavy, enormous hands whose blows should be feared. Great belly that has become a symbol of his success. He does not starve, for those who follow him will not starve either. A powerful leader, recognized by the fact. Feel the flowing rage of these poor wretches. The flame burns high, for there is strong fuel at its heart. These people have amassed many grievances. The enforcers are cruel to them, for they believe that fear eradicates treason. The officers despise them, for their clothes and hands are filthy. The quartermasters rob them and withhold what is owed to them, for the clan is not strong enough to make demands. They are vulnerable, their hearts are vulnerable. The Undying One commands us to spin a web to catch such hearts before they plunge into the abyss of treason. So I am spinning the web. But there was something else mixed into their righteous indignation. Something that taunts them, excites them, angers them. It is something foul and hovering in the air. Aberration. Think about Domain Azathoul. I turn my thoughts to him. For it is his people that are standing before me. What would he do? The one whose threat I anoint... whose threat I anoint with my blood. Which of you was it that dared call the Lord Captain's judgment unfair? I demand to see the accuser. They grow still, as though a sheet of ice is formed on the whirling surface of a water tank. No one dares to be the one whose name is spoken. No one dares to leave the crowd and lose the protection of anonymity. Why are you surprised? Have the officers ever treated us otherwise? Says Rot. A new voice, sandpaper rough, tears through the rumbling of the crowd. Its owner is ragged and filthy, and a feverish gleam burns in his eye. His words inflame the people's minds, like rot feasting upon a wound. Rot cries out mockingly, it's because they're afraid of them, but they're not afraid of you. They have the almighty baton. All you have is a source of power that feeds the whole ship. Why shouldn't they take you for granted? It serves you right, you cowards. His ugly shriek spills like venom upon the sweating faces of... as they slowly draw closer and closer. Sense the smell hanging over the crowd. You take a deep breath, and something stupefying and noxious and luscious disturbs my senses. This is no ordinary odor. There's something subtle and foul. It carries the same stench as rot. Skinny and scrawny, Rot leers at me with his gaping mouth. He is nobody who has nothing. His body is wasted away from disease. His hands are 5 figures short. His fate is sealed, and that makes him convincing. Everyone knows he has nothing to gain for himself, and thus no reason to lie. His poverty is his armor. Let's see. The domain takes care of us all, for such is his burden, but he cannot save everyone. He only cares about his flunkies. The vials spraying from Rot's mouth sizzles, and the workers' minds like acrid. It's burning them through. Rapier. We will not commit rebellion, but we will not allow ourselves to be slaughtered by villains either. The law and the Emperor are on our side. The young woman steps forth, slender and supple like a rapier. If they want to crush us with the fear of death, let them kill us. It will only prove our righteousness. The ringing call is a command, pressing itself into their hearts. The foul stench of the sacrilege almost knocked me off my feet. Sense the fetid stench of blasphemy. That tantalizing, elusive scent of rage? It's more than a stench, it's a tool. The weapon of the despicable trio, which they use to influence the minds of the laity, visibly intoxicating their minds. The crowd reeks of flowering treason. I delve to its root and realize what it is that rejects his will so. His sacred privilege is being attacked. He alone chooses who may journey to him. These 3 instigators, they are determined to make this decision for themselves, dragging the souls of all around into the fires of violence with them. They are impudent upstarts who have put themselves above him, and above me, the second spinner of the blood-spun web, his chosen servant. The realization of such audacity burns my very soul. I look Rapier in the eye. She is fragile, but there's strength in her, an authority taken for granted and understood by everyone. She is clearly ready to command, with legions willing to die for such maidens, beautiful and resolute as they are. She carries no banner in her hand, for she herself is the banner. Appeal to Domain Azathoul loudly and exigently, but the noise around me drowns out my own thoughts and stops me from focusing on his image. Death will claim you all, but not today, unless you are truly keen to meet its embrace. The crowd does not answer, they do not hear me. The sacred promise of death no longer moves them, for they have fallen under the enemy's spell. They surround me, threatening, pointing fingers, cursing. They dare not strike, not yet, but already their enormous bulk presses down upon me as they smell the blood and as the smell of blood in the air grows thicker by the minute. Stand firm and do not resist. The crowd presses forward harder and harder. My breath is growing short, my bones are crunching. It is screaming in my face. I endure the stench. Starbuck, Monteg, assist me! Words drowned out. Lose myself in the dance of blood. I can bear it no longer. The blades in my hands sing and blood streaks across astonished faces. I am done speaking and exhorting. I merely dance on the thread that I have spun. I bestow death and blessed wounds. I catch a glimpse of Rapier's cloven face, Furnace's open belly, Rot's severed hands fall at my feet, and its owner flees howling. I dance and breathe so freely. It did not go the way I had planned. The smell of blood lingers in the air like the stench of impending defeat. Two bodies are sprawled before me. I have dismembered their threads. The third blasphemer has managed to escape, but his disembodied hand also lies on the floor. Useless meat. What can these corpses reveal to me? Very little. The faint traces of the vile mutations that twisted their bodies, the foul stench of corruption emanating from their meat, the deformed, strangely colored brains in their crushed skulls that spawned the heresy of sedition. What will the appearance of the survivors tell me? They huddle in the corner, ashamed of their own subservience. They try to convince themselves that the blood they so foolishly spilled would absolve them, but they know it is not enough. Our flaming voice and steel mistress still alive? Their threads have not yet been cut. I realized with astonishment that they were standing close to me. Flaming voice is furiously reproaching all those who had only recently joined the revolt, while steel mistress boomed like a siren, shaking her maul and threatening punishment. They are useless to the hunt now. It's time for the next step. Thrill runs through the strands of my consciousness. Is this Domain Azathoul? Can I truly feel him again, or am I imagining it? I need to concentrate. I gaze at the puddles of blood and the patterns they form. I see a labyrinth. The Undying One has given me a sign. My hands find the sealed case in which his tarot cards reside. It is time for a divination in the blood of the dead. It will reveal to me the name of their unholy master. I draw the beginning of the spread. The Hound. I gaze at the card and its depiction of the Astra Militarum armored vehicle that bears that formidable name. Pursuit of truth, sacrifice, and victory. This is me. I am on the right track. I draw the heart of the spread. Harlequin, inverted. Lies, manipulation, shadow play blocking my path. But it is a lie exposed, and a deception that must be revealed. I draw the end of the spread. The preacher. A man who carries an idea and proclaims it. But who is it? Nemesis? One of his supporters? Someone already slain or someone still alive? The divination is unclear, and so I draw a fourth card. It is dangerous to ask more of the Undying One, but I must know. The Aquila, whose holy image watches me from within the cards, and my heart grows frigid with the knowledge of what it represents. The Undying One has manifested his omens in the traitor's blood. The hunt that has begun will be completed by the unveiling of a great deception. Our enemy is elusive because he has a powerful ally, one who has espoused faith in the Emperor on this vessel. The ship's confessor is in league with the Nemesis. He will be the next prey. And now we need to interrogate the ship's confessor. It's not in here. The ship's confessor. And the shrine. Cabela extends a finger topped with a metal claw towards Confessor Adalbert. The divination has revealed that you stand beside the enemy, Nemesis. Speak only the truth before the Domain and the Undying One. Adalbert meets Cabela's words calmly, with almost majestic resignation. The defender of the people and a tyrant's minion are two faithful servants of opposing ideas. Two souls that have rejected everything else for the sake of duty. I now truly see that your collision with him was inevitable. Adalbert shifts his gaze to you and lets out a mournful sigh. I was warned about your visit, Azathoul, as well as its purpose. And who alerted you to my visit? My son, the protector of those whose blood you feed upon, whose hard work has paid for your content life on the upper decks of the ship. I demand an explanation, Confessor, this instant. Your pet tormentor who extols death is right. I know Nemesis, and I assist him. Just like him, I am your enemy, Azathoul. Adalbert raises his voice, and in the soft tenor you hear notes of accusation as deep as rolling thunder. But I am also the enemy of your cruel regime. Where life is dirt upon the enforcer's feet, where a man has nothing to eat, writhes in fear, and knows no hope. Sourbeck clenches her fist until her knuckles crunch. You treasonous imposter! To think that I listened to your sermons and was anointed by your hand. You will choke on your words along with the teeth I'm able to knock out. Adalbert dignifies her with neither a word or a glance. And you were so good at moaning about the servants you killed. I grieved for them, but they were unreliable. They could have compromised us. They had to die. But the fault for their death lies with you and your enforcer dogs, for fear of whom we are forced to hide. You're not even trying to lie, that is commendable. He shrugs, his kindly face growing harder. Oh, why would I? If the dogs have come looking for blood, they will not leave without a kill, such as your vicious nature. So you're a heretic, then? No, heresy is what you and your bloodsuckers believe in. The ecclesiarchy has turned faith into a whip to drive the powerless. The aristocracy has turned it into a shield to cover their transgressions. And the enforcers have turned it into a club with which to beat those who dare to raise their voices. Your faith is an instrument of lies and suppression, and I renounced it long ago. My faith promises salvation, not thraldom. Merchant desires flesh, betrayer of the faith, your blasphemous words will perish with you. Any rebellion is a strike against the Imperium, to the advantage of the enemies of humanity. Repent, for there is no fate worse than to be deprived of his light. I am bathed in his light as never before. You worship lies, while the true Emperor desires otherwise for his children. It takes an effort for him to regain his composure. Your light is darkness, as though... I'm sorry you are unable to see the truth. Do you serve Nebuzite, or do you command him? I follow him as he once followed me. Nebuzite is my son, if not by blood, then in spirit. I took him in as a willful child, and I foster the best in him. A passion for justice, the indomitable flame of a fighter, and unyielding determination. I have been preparing him for years. You've raised a living instrument that ensures a purpose without question. Or that serves a purpose without question. Cabela speaks cautiously, as if not entirely sure of her judgment. Such is his purpose. To be the hope, to break the shackles, to end the centuries of torment that have passed aboard this ship. A great sacrifice for a great cause. Fell silent, looking at Cabela expectantly. You should be familiar with his ways, except that instead of a sword of freedom, you were raised to be an executioner's sword. What else are you lying about? One last confession? Why not? He drowns and pulls back his collar, as if he is short of breath. I'm not Adalbert. That was the name of my initiate from a clan of confessors who passed away from disease many years ago. I was born in squalor on the lower decks, at the behest of the... He falters, as if he wanted to add something else. And it was by the Emperor's command that I took Adalbert's place through deception, pretending to be him. The dead man had inherited much influence and many thrones from his clan, which has hastened my successful rise through the ranks. It was not for wealth or power that I did this. I accepted the burden of hard work to empower the common people, to pave the way for liberation from oppression and injustice. And my part is almost done. Cabela whispers to you. I sense no lie in his voice or bearing, Domin Azathoul. He feels and welcomes death with open arms. The moment favors us. We must learn more. He who betrays his oath will not deliver Nemesis to us, but from his words we may divine knowledge of our enemy. How did your deception go unnoticed? You were not there for those years of pestilence. Confessors attended every deck and died in multitudes. New ministers were recruited in every port, at every station. Their names and faces blurred together, and we recognized our kin only by their robes. No one who knew Adalbert's true face survived that time. The Emperor saved me from being exposed. So Nemesis is just a man. Excellent. It's harder to kill a legend. The words of a tyrant inebriated with power and impunity. He smiles bitterly. Nemesis is an idea, and you have the arrogance to believe you can kill an idea made flesh. It's better that way, so keep underestimating him. Are you hoping he will save you now? No, we decided otherwise. I am not worthy of risking his life, so do not expect to capture him through me. My son has no attachments, for they would only make him weak. He will gladly sacrifice himself for his dream of liberty and equality, and I must do the same. I only agree with that thanks to your efforts. I cannot be near my son, and here's his burden. Attachment makes us weak. Cabela's whisper is barely audible, and you see her face grow more dismal still. You made a weapon out of him, just as he made a weapon out of you. Any last words, Adalbert? The shackles will fall, and there will be nothing left of your tyranny, nor of you. He speaks without hatred. His even voice is that of a martyr on his way to glory. Camilla, it is you who found him. Therefore, it is up to you to pass judgment. She takes a step forward and makes an invisible, sharp, sweeping gesture, as if crossing Adelbert's figure or severing an invisible thread. Death has whispered your name, betrayer of vows. The judgment of the Undying One awaits you. I have mistaken my humility in the face of death for submission. He smiles weakly. It is not for you to decide my fate. I will make that choice myself. I will surrender my life in the fight for our future. I will die, and I will take you with me. He clicks his fingers, and the initiates who have been standing humbly around turn in your direction, their white robes opening to reveal a variety of weapons. For an ambassite, brothers and sisters, for freedom! Lord Captain, this is an ambush! They've been waiting for us! Sarbeck shouts hits here, joining up hurried footsteps and the clanking of gun plastic.
Don't you dare to cross us!
You cannot stop the angels faithful!
Dealing with 13. Anyway, let's go and get warp speed going on with our friends. And regen. And the other thing. And iron arms. That's my revamp.
The angel will reward us.
Damage is negligible.
Okay. Let's continue buffing up, everybody. Joint analysis down. Schematics within 4 cells. Relocate you over here, I suppose?
As the tactical narrative dictates. The scriptural prophecy is favorable.
Take that shot.
The Sire Song guides me.
Fire everywhere.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Okay. Let's see, go for Torment. Let's do
As the
Blood.
tenants demand. The shadow, let your soul be purged. As honor ordains.
I should probably have popped where it hurts.
I shall not fail. Caught by the web. Let your soul be
Open your
purged.
eyes, or I'll open mine.
Trust me.
Pain Resonance. And
The
Acrobatic
shadows
Artistry.
will see it done. Caught by the web. There is only death, yours or mine.
Help me, Lord Captain.
Let's have you up there. It's a little bit of vision
Be
obstruction.
careful not to cross my gaze.
Do a little bit of held in my gaze.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Strict vision over there. I intended to. And go ahead and buff up
Isn't this a
Abelard.
job for the serfs?
We bring deliverance. Only the faithful will ascend.
It's nothing.
Well then.
Guided by faith.
Let's go and get this thing started then.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Right to the thread. Not escape the Emperor's judgment.
Swap weapons. Heal up.
Injuries will not slow me. I am his will made manifest.
Oh, I don't have a bolter. Oops.
Emperor.
Oh, there's a guy over there. Oh.
The true believers will inherit all. We bring deliverance.
Victory is imminent.
Brace for impact now.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
And then
At your
Cure.
beck and call.
Reckless Strike.
Indeed.
And wander up over there.
At your beck and call.
Now it's my turn. Burst fire. Let's get Cabela buffed up. Well, I think she already is, but whatever. Let's get you up here. And there goes the tender. Let's go move joint analysis down.
Running by density.
Sure. Just miss at that.
Request approved. I am a savant of destruction.
Oh well. 66, 64.
As honor ordains,
And
I
what
shall not
hurts?
fail. As the tenets demand, the shadows will see it done. What is done cannot be undone.
Oops.
As honor ordains. Trust
And
me.
get to torment.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. If I may,
Magenta. Another
Me?
chance.
if you insist, Lord Captain.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. This work is a prayer. I'll do it.
Yep.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Now I can unload that down there.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Okay. That guy's gonna die.
I am a navigator, as duty demands.
Eliminate that one.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
And that's dealt with. Let's get live bait down on
Neither of us
Cabela.
has to fight alone anymore.
You guys about to die. Just a couple of rebel fighters who are unfortunately kind of in the way.
Thou is for the weak.
But
I'll do it.
should finish off those two. Kind of.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
There we go.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Rebel and Slaughter. Let that last guy drop. Sarvac isn't dead. Excellent. The battle is over, and as silence descends once again upon the chapel. Flakes of ash whirl quietly in the air before coming to rest on the blood trickling across the floor. We now know more about the enemy. Cabela ponderously runs her finger along the flat of the blade. About just how deep the poison of conspiracy runs within the veins of the ship. But the blood-spun web has wrapped itself around its face too tightly, and Nemesis can no longer hope to escape. Her ruminations are interrupted by a furious hiss. Sarbuck snarls a curse through her teeth and spits on Aunt Adelbert's smoking remains. Her left arm hangs limp, and her face is mangled by shrapnel. Lord Captain, we have a prisoner. She points her weapon at the men standing hunched over in pain. Permission to finish off the cur? Down at the tyrant, the broad-shouldered initiate who calls himself Zeke clutches a deep wound, glaring at you with hatred. I have questions for you, traitor. I doubt you'll like the answers. Where is Nemesis' hideout? Even the Confessor didn't know where it is. He was afraid of spies or giving out his son's secrets under torture. You see, you can't get to our champion. Are there any other senior officers helping you? Officers? There's no one else among them who is pure. They only care about power and gorging themselves on the scraps you throw them, or else they would have long since turned against you. Zeke could barely finish the sentence before he is beset by a torrent of gurgling coughs. I've learned all I need to know. They were waiting for us. It was a trap. Yes, Lord Captain. Adalbert had been warned, yet he chose not to flee. Instead, he stayed behind to set a trap for us. Did he really believe this madness would succeed and he would somehow survive? He did not want to survive. His only hope was to kill. Nemesis managed to turn his adoptive father into a blade pointed squarely at the Domain's throat. Just as Adalbert himself had once turned Nemesis into a weapon, neither of them feared death. Devious mind-twisting beast. Sarbeck frowns with worry. I've been going through my predecessor's archive recently, and I may have an idea as to what manner of creature this Nemesis is. We are dealing with a Kellermorph, a special variety of mutant, filth in service of genetic cults. These creatures are made and raised by the part of a people's leader, an inspiration for the mutinous rabble. A Kellermorph's purpose is to sow discord, and use the rebellion to eliminate the ruling elite, those who might be capable of opposing the Xenos. Now let us decide what to do with our surviving traitor. Do not kill him in vain, Cabela shakes her head. Those who follow the tenets of the web know that. Just as we serve death, so too does it serve us. Allow the death of this man to become an instrument in your hands, Domin Azethul. Pass off the traitor's body as that of Nemesis. Instill fear in his supporters, and the enemy will be forced to act to undo this deception, exposing himself in the process. We will do as Cabela proposes. We will make certain that the lower deckers believe their hero to be dead. We will leave the body to hang for a good long while. The hopes of the mutineers may rot along with the corpse. Let's see. As one traitor dealt with Lord Captain, but how many more have been poisoned by the false confessor's heresy? A new spiritual shepherd must be appointed quickly to banish any mutinous thoughts sown by the traitor from the minds of the crew, and to strengthen their faith and obedience. Without the ship's confessor, the rebel will begin to whisper that the Emperor has forsaken us. And such doubts will only play into the rebels' hands. Let's see. A factotum find a true servant of the ecclesiarchy elsewhere, appoint a loyal crew member who is known for the strength of their faith. Some of the children of the void will recognize as their own. You do not want any outsiders. Or give it to the blood-spun web. Appoint a loyal crew member. As you command, and we now have blessed shields. Shield strength on each side of the flagship is increased by 10%. Order the chapel to be restored as well. I will send agents to every deck. The next time Nemesis rears his head, which I'm certain will happen sooner rather than later, we'll be one step ahead of him and not the other way around. Cabela is still on fire. The Sourback staggers away, and your gaze turns to the motionless. Cabela, staring at her own reflection within a pool of blood. Something wrong? I'm thinking about Nemesis, my adversary. The more I learn about him, the more I see a vague reflection of myself. Twisted reflection, perhaps, but all too familiar. Like me, he was forced to tread the path of servitude from an early age, stripped of anything that might stand in the way of duty. Champion and a zealot with nothing but an idea. Tempered by his mentor. Let's see, you're different. He is a murderer, but you understand the true value of human death. That is true. Like a puppeteer, he pulls at the threads of other people's destinies, tangling and severing them. When I cut threads, it is only as the Undying One commands, with timely precision. I must stop Nemesis, so I might save your subjects from premature death. What was that? I defeated the ship Confessor without letting the Orc traders suffer any damage. Being that this is fine. Let's do a quick prayer. Recite a prayer, the one you remember best. I think the buff you get from this scales with... Yep, fervent prayer. Anyway, so we got a chain sword, fiery retribution, a heavy flamer, I think. Which I'm not going to say no to. Hand flamer, full sniper rifle, Weber. Heavy leather armor, enemy finder. If the target of the wearer's ranged attack fails the toughness test, they get inflicted with exhaustion. Next successful attack against this character scores a critical hit. Hell yeah. Bunch of stuff. Manufactured sword. Las pistol, great sword, power pick, thunder hammer, Weber. Triple pattern auto pistols, carapace chest plates, casing, chest plates, scrap. Bunch of stuff. Stub, weighty X. I think that's the extent of it. I believe there was something very nice for... Yep. Fiery retribution. Probably a better... Also, let's get a bolter on you rather than a shotgun. Infinite Feller. Because I now have a heavy flamer. Bolt pistol. Yes. Don't think I have any pending armor upgrades. Unless I take the one perk for... I think that's it for the stream, because god damn, my throat is sore. Anyway, back to the Void Ship Bridge. And I will see you guys later. Don't have too much fun without me.